Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. No take for there to see. Break just like a wing, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip gods into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics. I am your host, astrologer Jennifer Jennings, and today I wanted to go live a little bit earlier, but I woke up this morning and all I could think about was Kathy's connection to the Secret Service, because we think that, well, I mean, I know that this connection is about money and we've got to follow the money. And how is she able to? How would anybody be able to hide money? And I started thinking about ways that she could hide money. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. And we are also going to revisit a couple of interviews because I think that we need to do this. I think we really need to revisit some things because there was a name that was mentioned in Nina's interview. Well, I wouldn't really call it an interview, right? I mean, her testimony basically of what she went through. And there was a name that I heard that I haven't heard before. And when I looked this girl up, I realized that I have seen her before. I've literally looked at her Facebook profile before and I don't remember why. But I would probably guess it was a comment or something that she said that made me look at her a little bit closer. I just didn't realize who I was really looking at. But anyway, hey, Jilly, Kylie, Kimberly, Jeff. Hey, guys. Thank you so much for being here. So, without further ado, I want to just get on into it because I've been really excited to talk about this. And I think we need to. I really do. I think we need to discuss ways in which she can hide money because I think that the way that I'm seeing it right now, it's concerning to me that Sebastian is just going to one day show up. I don't think that he is deceased. I truly think that they don't act like they have a son missing, a grandson missing, a stepson missing, nothing about it. But there are certain things that make me pause with some of the things that Chris has said that do make me wonder. But at the same time, I think there's something else going on here, guys. And I want to show you this interview, and it was with Court TV. So with Court TV, let me get it up here. Let me share the screen with you guys. Let's see if I've shared it with you. Yeah, I have. Okay, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Make it a little bit bigger. See if I can find it on you. Well, no, I can't do it on YouTube. All right.
Inside this beautiful neighborhood in Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Kind of toy to be played with.
Let me know if you guys can hear this or not. Just let me know yes or no.
She's not a toy.
Okay, hold on. Let me get it to where I want it.
Where I was like, what? What do you have to tell me?
The opposite side. And,
Let's go.
Combs, and he is the.
After a while, we would argue about just the smallest things. And
Let me know.
Inside this beautiful neighborhood.
It's not opening.
Inside this beautiful.
I'm not. We left again after a couple days. We came home to Albuquerque. And Stu and Kathy, Chris's mother, came out, flew down with her brother, Duran Guy, or they call him Big D. They came down, and she was in the NICU. And that was when I felt like a plan was made because like I said, our marriages it was on the rocks.
She felt like a plan was being made. Her marriage was on the rocks.
And one of my neighbors had told me in San Diego, they had warned me. They had said, Dina, be careful because Christopher is coming up with a plan with his mother. And they're planning on taking the baby away from you. And I hear a knock at the door. And I was like, oh, great, is home. And it was Kathy's friend, Patty, that's an attorney.
Did you hear that? I'm going to replay it.
And one of my neighbors had told me in San Diego, they had warned me. They had said, Nina, be careful because Christopher is coming up with a plan with his mother. And
Coming up with a plan with his mother.
they're planning on taking the baby away from you.
Going to take the baby away.
And I hear a knock at the door. And I was like, oh, great, is home. And it was Kathy's friend, Patty, that's an attorney.
Kathy's friend, Patty, that is an attorney. Kathy's friend, Patty, that is an attorney. So I have yet to hear anybody talking about this attorney. And I want to remind you that when I first started this live, I woke up this morning thinking about ways in which Kathy could hide money. So we're going to listen to it one more time.
With a plan with his mother. And they're planning on taking the baby away from you. And I hear a knock at the door. And I was like, oh, great, is home. And it was Kathy's friend, Patty, that's an attorney. And she...
Guys, Patty, if we wanted to hide money, if we want to hide money and we want to try to shuffle things around, because look, if Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is alive, someone is taking care of him. Someone is taking care of Sebastian. Unless he's homeless. But if he's alive, he's either homeless or someone is taking care of him. And if that be the case, how is she hiding the money where they can't find it? Unless they're all corrupt. But let's just say that they're not. And that Kathy and Chris have come up with a plan. Kathy and Chris have come up with a plan. Once again, and if that be the case, because we know the mama, she's in everybody's business. She knows what's up. Seth said it was the weirdest thing that when he walked in, they were talking about jewelry, talking about vacations, not even talking. I mean, there was nothing. It did not appear like Sebastian was missing. So I want you guys to be thinking about that because I've come up with a couple of scenarios of ways that she could hide money. But never before had I heard this and really called that her friend Patty, the attorney.
She said, are you called me by my real name, Gomez? And I was like, yeah. And she said, you've been served. She said, you have a protection order against you.
So Patty, BFF Patty, the attorney, served Nina herself a protection order against Nina.
You can't see.
So just for clarity, when you hear the beeps, she's not cursing. She's saying the name of her daughter, and we're trying to not publicize the name of her daughter because she's a minor. And there you see that at some point, again, a battle for custody by Chris Proudfoot for their child. She eventually regains or gets custody after going to court, after being served in court. She's in Albuquerque with the child, and apparently there must be some shared type of agreement because we believe that the daughter has been in Tennessee with her father as well.
So do y'all understand? I mean, are you following here? Because what I'm understanding is that This attorney went all the way to Albuquerque to serve Nina herself. She went to Albuquerque to serve her herself. Oh, that's a trip, Kylie. Yeah. So she traveled all the way to serve her. Follow the money. I know, right, Jeff? When, it's like things just will follow into your lap. That's the way that things are with me. They will just fall into my lap. If I'm seeking something, the universe is wanting to give it to me. Okay. And when I first woke up this morning and I was thinking about that and I looked at the transits, her and her husband, Kathy and her husband, were carrying the fate. And it's all about other people's money. It's hiding money. Look for the money that's being hidden, Secret Service, because that is the way that they are connected to Kathy. And I'm going to show y'all that because their connection with money it's now in my face and I can't even deny it. It's now slapping me in the face.
It's complicated, right? Very complicated. The worlds of the adults around Sebastian Rogers. Still with me, Trevor Lee, who did that interview, and Gray Hughes, our true crime live streamers with us tonight. And Joe, Trevor Lee, the stepchild who was in his house.
I really did. I thought that was unbelievable. The fact that she said Kathy's friend, who's an attorney, named Patty. And of course, I found Patty. It was very easy to find Patty. Very easy. Nina was in Albuquerque. That's what she said. She had left Hendersonville. Went back to Albuquerque. Things were not going good with her and Chris. I mean, that's what she said. We can listen to it again.
We don't need to do all this stuff. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. And then he tells me, I got to be open and honest with you. And then he pauses like for 6 or 7 seconds. And I'm like, I was like, what? What do you have to tell me? So then at that point in time, he tells me that Sebastian went missing. And I was speechless. I have to say, I was speechless. And then I went into saying, well, what happened? Like, how did he go missing? Like, what happened? And he said, well, he went missing between 12:30 and 6 a.m. And I'm like, it's thinking to myself, and then, that's crazy. And I said, don't you have security cameras, Christopher? I said,
all right, Trevor,
no, he doesn't have security.
I didn't know
Real Me Too.
any about
many key dates. Theory sometimes have reportedly put
relationship in Los Angeles. Rogers' stepfather. She's apparently in a custody battle with Chris Proudfoot, who is Sebastian Rogers' stepfather, and she spoke to Trev Time on YouTube. Trevor Lee is the host of that. I want to play a little more of this because as she gets into these details, you'll learn a little bit more.
Oh, and he didn't even call Nina until just a few days later. Good to see you in here, The Real Me Too. Good to see you in here, honey. But she is going to talk about it. And when she does, I'm about to break some other stuff down for y'all. Like, I feel like I've come into some good stuff here.
About the adults who are in the world of this missing boy, Sebastian Rogers. Let's watch.
I thought everything was great in the beginning. I mean, everything's always perfect, like I said. And then I started seeing bits and pieces of how Christopher really was. I was a stay-at-home wife. Due to my son being so young, I wanted to, enjoy those years with him. Then my daughter went to school right down the street. So I was home every single day. And it just started seeing like Christopher change like night and day. It was awkward. I felt really uncomfortable after a while. We would argue about just the smallest things. And a lot of it also had to do with how he disciplined my children. And as time went on, like I could see him getting more aggressive and more aggressive. And
the way he disciplined her children, and he was getting more aggressive. And no, I don't think so, Kylie, but I don't know. And good to see you, his eyes. Good to see you, Shauna. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in.
I stood up for my kids all the time. I didn't like how like I said, how he talked to them, how he wanted them to stand in the corner all the time. And I didn't like that. So I stayed a little bit longer. I ended up eventually getting pregnant with. I remember telling.
So she stayed a little bit longer. She said, I stayed a little bit longer and I ended up getting pregnant. No, they're not his kids. Shauna, this is Chris's ex-wife, one of them. Okay, one of them. And we're going to get into, there's so much that he hides, and this is one of his ex-wives. And she has other children, not by Chris. So when she ends up getting pregnant with their little girl, this is what she's explaining, that Chris was being aggressive toward her children. Her children. Good evening, Tracy. Hey, honey. Welcome in. Oh, girl, this is Shauna. This is a trip. This case is wild.
Him that I was pregnant, and he wasn't happy about it.
So he's not happy that she's pregnant.
So I called my parents back home here in Albuquerque. And I said, well, Christopher wants me to get an abortion with. And my parents said, no, you're not. And I said, I'm not. We left again after a couple days. We came home to Albuquerque. And still, I tried working it out where we were at, but it just wasn't working. I wanted out. And I had on my own. Ended up going back into the NICU. She ended up getting jaundice, and she went back to the NICU. So she was in the NICU, I want to say, for a week to a week and a half. And that was when Kathy, Chris's mother, came out, flew down with her brother, Duran Guy, or they call him Big D. They came down, and she was in the NICU.
And she's talking about Bryant. She's talking about Bryant Guy. Big D is Bryant Guy. And that's who flew with her to the hospital to see the little girl, their little girl. And welcome in, everybody. Hey, Mama Marissa. Hey, babe. Hope you're doing better, babe. Angel of Light, Paige, good to see you. Uh-oh. Smack talker, you hid his eyes. Please unhide. Hi, smack talker, but you accidentally hid his eyes. So please undo that if you can, or somebody do that. Unhide her. I mean, I know it's an accident. We just need to unhide his eyes.
And that was when I felt like a plan was made because like I said, our marriages it was on the rocks. And one of my neighbors had told me in San Diego, they had warned me, they had said, Nina, be careful because Christopher is coming up with a plan with his mother.
Thank you, Elaine. Your sweetheart. Thank you so much.
And they're planning on taking the baby away from you. And I hear a knock at the door. And I was like, oh, great, it's home.
This is one of the most important parts for me because what she is going to say is so important. So she is hearing a knock on the door, but where is she? Is she in Hendersonville or is she in Albuquerque? You know, let's rewind that a little bit because I got sidetracked with his eyes.
I want to say for a week to a week and a half, and that was when Kathy, Chris's mother, came out, flew down with her brother, Duran guy, or
Bryant.
they call him Big D. They came down, and she was in the NICU. And that was when I felt like a plan was made because.
So she's not in Hendersonville, right? She is not in Hendersonville because Kathy and Bryant or whoever it was flew. Where did they fly to? Albuquerque, y'all. And she's saying a plan is being made. A plan is being made.
Like I said, our marriages it was on the rocks. And one of my neighbors had told me in San Diego, they had warned me, they had said, Nina, be careful because Christopher is coming up with a plan with his mother. And they're planning on taking the baby away from you. And I hear a knock at the door. And I was like, oh, great, it's home. And it was Kathy's friend, Patty, that's an attorney.
Kathy's friend, Patty, that's an attorney. Now, why would Patty go from Hendersonville, Tennessee, all the way to Albuquerque, New Mexico, to serve Nina in person? Did she get on the plane too with Kathy? Are they taking a fun trip with this plan? I mean, y'all, when I tell you that I have seen this Patty, I have looked at her since Sebastian has been missing. If somebody has a crazy ass comment on Facebook, I will look at their profile. I mean, I think it's just natural for us to do that. We want to see who it is. And when I looked at her, instead of saying, that she's an attorney, it says that she works at like the Crab Shack. She's a content creator. No. Once you further investigate her Facebook, then you see that she is an attorney. And like I said, when I first started this live, when I tell you that there is a connection between her, Kathy, and the Secret Service, and it has to do with money, I'm telling you, you can take it to the bank. But how is she hiding money? And we're going to talk about that. But first, I think that we need to talk about a few more things because this is important. This is very important. We have not yet heard anyone reference Patty. And I quickly found Patty. She's not hard to find. And most people in Hendersonville know who she is. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the friend that told Nina that they're probably going to plan. Yeah. I see what you're saying, Mama Marissa. Wonder how that friend knew that they would be coming up with a plan. And it could be that that friend has gotten to know Chris and his mother because the short time that they were together, he put her through all kinds of stuff to hear her tell it. I mean, this is her testimony, right? It really is. It's like a testimony. It's her story. It's her story, you know? So Patty is, she is I've heard her, and now that I know, and I've talked to a couple of people out of Hendersonville, out of Sumner County, I hear that she is a bulldog. And she is building she just added on the 4th attorney in October. And she is building her practice. And the practice is hers. She has her own law firm. She's not working for somebody. She works for herself. Other people work for her. And I would imagine that you guys are probably already coming up with theories as to how we could hide some money, because if Sebastian is alive, and I do believe that he is, he's either homeless or somebody is taking care of him. And we would need to follow the money. But what if we can't find the money? How would you be able to hide money? You know?
And she said, "Are you," called me by my real name, Gomez. And I was like, "Yeah." And she said, "You've been served." She said, "You have a protection order against you."
Protection order. So she shows up, evidently from Hendersonville to Albuquerque, New Mexico, to serve her an order of protection. An order of protection? Wow. Okay.
You can't see.
So just for clarity, when you hear the beeps, she's not cursing. She's saying the name of her daughter, and we're trying to not publicize the name of her daughter because she's a minor. And there you see that at some point, again, a battle for custody by Chris Proudfoot for their child. She eventually regains or gets custody after going to court, after being served in court. She's in Albuquerque with the child, and apparently there must be some shared type of agreement, because we believe that the daughter has been in Tennessee with her father as well. It's complicated, right? Very complicated. The worlds of the adults around Sebastian Rogers. Still with me, Trevor Lee, who did that interview, and Gray Hughes, our true crime live streamers with us tonight. And joining us in Roswell, Georgia, psychologist John Paul Garrison, and in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, family law attorney Jennifer Brandt. John, let me start with you. In a situation, and where a parent comes in and now you're a step parent, your new spouse has children, that issue of disciplining your spouse's children, your stepchildren, is always, it seems to me, a very precarious spot. And it seems in this case that Nina, the mother, really upset with Chris and how he is disciplining the children.
Almost universally, when I deal with families that are blended families, discipline is one of the top issues. So it's no surprise to hear that come up. I'm curious more specifically what the punishments and disciplines were that were upsetting to her, but it in no way surprises me that that was a point of contention.
Trevor Lee, did you get in, were there more details about the nature of this discipline?
Yeah, so she kind of touched on that, talked about, of course, making the children go stand in the corner. She did speak about him telling her 3-year-old child that he needs to, I believe, man up is the way she worded it. There was spanking at a young age and things of that nature.
Okay, John, I got your info. Does that help at all?
Sure. There certainly sounds like that was a more intense, more militant style of discipline. And if
Hey, Hope folks. Good to see you, babe. Thanks, guys, for coming in. I mean, yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I've got two theories of how this could happen. Okay. How we could hide money is we would have to have an offshore account. I mean, we can brainstorm this for sure. I want y'all to brainstorm this. You can definitely have an offshore account. We know that Kathy Bowersock sells houses. We know that she has a financing company. We know that she's been to Alaska and Canada and Puerto Rico. I'm not sure if she would have dual citizenship anywhere. But then she could also pay an attorney for services rendered for certain cases or for certain, yeah. I think a lawyer could cover it up. There's so many ways to hide it, especially in real estate. But an accountant, this would be a really good accounting questions for somebody. The Secret Service is mostly about the data, right? The data. He definitely deserves to be found. Good to see you, Carissa. Yeah, there's got to be. But you can't really hide money in real estate. I mean, I was a realtor for a long time. There's no way. There's just no way. Would she know somebody in the Secret Service? I don't know. But I would say that this money that she connects to the Secret Service with, it's in the ninth house, and the ninth house is about the courts. That's where we would find that attorney. And I've looked at them. I have. Got them on the map. I've looked at the birthdays, everything. That's a good question, Elaine. That's a really good question. Do any of them own a car wash? Have no idea. Hey, Carissa. So we really need to, I think, in my opinion, we really need to discuss ways and think about ways, talk to other people, talk to professionals, and ways in which you can hide and not be accountable for the dollars spent. I mean, our government is really good at that, right? They're really good at that. It's this. It's this. So when we went to court because of Texana trying to sue Seth for 20 grand, and she's got Chris Proudfoot with her because he is a witness, even though he wasn't even at the vigil. And even though it was dismissed, she is still threatening more stuff. And I'm sure Chris has a plan because Chris always has a plan. He's always got a plan. It's like a game to him. These plans that he comes up with. He was wearing the same shirt that he's wearing in this interview at court. his mother was showing up, but that day she didn't show up when it was dismissed. But I want you to there's some things that bother me in this one, in this interview, and I want to talk about it with you guys. Exactly, how could he have been a witness? I mean, I trust Nina, I trust what she says because I see that type of behavior with Chris. Look, this dude right here has had to take classes for behavior. A grown man having to take classes for behavior. Nina said that he was becoming more and more aggressive with her children. Do you not think that he was aggressive with Sebastian? I do. In my opinion, he was. In my opinion, he was. And that could be, look, let's talk about some questions that we got right now. Let's just, there's some questions that I have about this because, well, she didn't stay. They weren't together that long. Exactly, Shauna. I mean, look, when we went to court and he looked at me because I passed him by going into the courtroom and he was coming out. And y'all, if y'all could see the way he looked at me, I look, the thoughts that came through my mind when he looked at me, he isn't a, I felt very, I felt like it was an abusive look. And he was lucky that we were in court. And when we got out of court, you know what? It's like this. I don't want to go. I don't look good in orange. I don't want Jeff wearing orange. But I'm like you, Carissa. I can only imagine the hell that Sebastian went through. Because look, Sebastian soiled his pants at Chris's home. Why? He didn't do it at Seth's house. He didn't do it at Seth's house. He did it at Chris and Katie's house. He had to wear, they humiliated him. In order for Chris to feel good, he has to humiliate other people. He has to put other people down to feel good about himself. And to be with Chris, to live under his rule, I can already tell you that Sebastian's mother is strict. She's impatient, she's strict, and she is possibly abusive herself. That's the way I see it in Sebastian's chart. And y'all know I'm not gonna pussyfoot around about that. I know what I know about that. Period. It's not my opinion. Any astrologer would tell you that. That moon in Aries is going to give, especially in the fourth house, it's going to give you a mother that is very strict. And it is the way that Seth said is that he was trying to get Chris to talk to Katie and get Katie's blessing to go and live with Seth. He said, I was talking to Chris. Chris was working on Katie to agree to Sebastian coming to live with me. So why was Katie not on board? Why did she not want him to go and live with Seth? I mean, we have to ask ourselves these questions, and we have to come up with a reasonable answer. Hey, Lady Freedom, good to see you, baby. Good to see y'all. Control. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Wish you could advance your career without interrupting it? eCornell offers flexible online certificate programs in today's most in-demand.
Tonight, the parents of a missing teen in Sumner County described to us exclusively how they feel on day 8 of their son's disappearance. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Marius Payton.
And I'm Lauren Lowry. Sebastian Rogers is 15. He was last seen by his parents on February 25th in Hendersonville. Sebastian has autism, and he's gone without his medication this whole time. And since then, authorities have searched by air, by foot, and on horseback.
Helicopters, drones, and dive teams have also been brought in to try to find him. Today, his parents spoke exclusively to our Holly Thompson.
She's live tonight in Sumner County. Holly, I imagine it was quite an emotional interview.
Certainly was. It is hard for any of us to imagine the emotions that this family is.
I find it interesting that Holly hasn't interviewed them lately. And we do, I do have to remind you guys that Holly, well, I won't even remind you guys. I mean, it's, the Grant Solomon case. Unless you live here in Tennessee, you're not familiar with that case, but
Family is going through right now. But we know one thing is certain. They remain positive. They are holding on to hope that their son Sebastian will return home safely.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's going to walk through that door, and this street will be flooded again with...
It's this where I'll get the heebie-jeebies. Like, Chris, is he trying to... I feel like when he says this, it's like we are... I'm imagining heaven. Like the golden, y'all tell me what you think. Hold on.
Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's going to walk through that door, and this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did.
And he did. Really, Katie?
When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said goodnight.
I told him to go to bed, and he did. So she told him to go to bed, and he did. He went to bed. I told him to go to bed, and he did. And she cackles. Okay. Yeah. It is a nervous laugh. It is a nervous laugh. I told him to go to bed.
He did.
And he did.
He said goodnight, Mom. I love you.
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town.
So we never hear anything else. I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed. I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to sleep. Her stories are so inconsistent. Where is your son, Katie? Exactly. I agree, Kathy. Bartholomew, yeah. Construction company, real estate, offshore accounts. An offshore account would do it. An offshore account or an attorney. I've seen some crazy stories about attorneys. I really have. But when she says she told him to bed, she told him to go to bed, and he did.
As she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner. He's never run away before. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's, that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
It's as if Sebastian vanished. No sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles logged by law enforcement, canines, helicopters, even dive teams, and no sign of him. Chris and Katie tell me they've been harassed, people pointing fingers at them.
You're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts.
Are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided.
What do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
That we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
Wow. Wow.
Wish you could advance your career without interrupting it? eCornell offers flexible online certificate programs in today's most.
So first, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
How are you coping? Watch what she does. How am I coping, Chris? Can you tell me how I'm coping? How are we coping? What should we say? How am I coping?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Not anyone.
I know we're about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna
Always.
come home.
He's gonna walk through that door.
This is what gets me. This is what gives me the heebie-jeebies right here. When he laughs like this, it makes me feel like he's talking about heaven. It's so weird. I mean, y'all tell me what you think.
And this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than me.
I mean, it's just, I don't know. That's the only time that I really feel like flooded streets with family and relatives all waiting to hug him. Excuse me.
Friends that he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom, I love you." Said goodnight to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
It is when she gets home that her story seems to be all over the place. It really does. It seems, I love you. Good night, puppies. This is where she's inconsistent, is after they get home. I did not hear an audio of the lights video. No, I have not heard an audio. But what I think is most concerning is that Nina says that Chris and his mother came up with a plan. And so he and his mother coming up with plans to take the baby, to take their daughter. That's, if Sebastian goes missing, though, how does that work out for him in a custody case? If Sebastian goes missing, doesn't that hinder his custody case? Why is it that Sebastian can go missing and this is going to be in a good light for him? He was going to court. There was a court date, right? On March 5th. Sebastian goes missing February 25th. Last time he is seen by his mother going to bed, allegedly. So March comes around, March 5th, and they can't go to court. So how is this court date? I mean, how is this custody battle with their daughter going to work in his favor if Sebastian goes missing? What do you guys think? What do y'all think? You think that the CPS report is key? Why do you think that the CPS report is key? Let me know. Because you don't think he made it from the Texas Roadhouse. No details tells us that, yeah. In your opinion, yep. I just don't think that this is going to work out getting Faith. Or did they just decide that it was just going to be them? He wasn't going to try to get Faith, their daughter, anymore. I mean, what was it? I mean, Sebastian wasn't going to testify. So if Sebastian was not going to testify, no, I confirm that today. I confirmed that today. And it was by somebody that definitely knows. And no, Sebastian was not due to testify. And it could have been Katie, but here's the question. How does it benefit Chris going through a custody court case with his daughter if Sebastian goes missing? Just some things to think about. Just some things to think about, because here's another thing, okay? Katie has said
So
that
in
she
your
woke him
mind,
up at 6.
that's usually around what
Can
time?
y'all agree with
Do
that?
you normally
Doesn't
wake
she
up around
say
6
that she
o'clock?
woke up at 6?
So were you
She looked
instantly
around the
thinking
house.
something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be
Let's
already
see
in
what
the
she says.
shower,
I took a
in the living
second.
room?
I took a second and walked through
Oh
the
shit, I
house
thought I
looking for
paused
him in
it.
case he'd gotten up and was trying to
Sorry.
get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him.
3 minutes. So she wakes up at 6. He's not there. She roams around the house for a few minutes. He's not there. Let's listen to that one more time.
About 3 minutes in, give or take, I took a second and walked through the house looking for
He may just be already in the shower.
I took a
in the living
second.
room.
I took
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong?
bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock?
6.
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just
Okay, so she wakes him up at 6.
be already in the shower?
I took a
in the living
second.
room.
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so
Yes,
you were not home.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis
Just scratching that hand. I mean, that arm.
at the St. Jude project.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, it was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
And within minutes, they're there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars.
They
They had
lied
cars from here down to
to the main
road, as far as I.
So yeah, it took her 3 minutes to look around that big house, all outside. But what time was the dispatch? What time was the dispatch? What time was that? Because look, if we were to go by this timeline, she wakes him up at 6. So by this time, when she gets in her car, it should be 6:03. Right? Right? But my notes, now y'all tell me if I'm wrong. The call didn't come in until 6:33. And dispatch was at 6:38. That's what I have. Y'all tell me if y'all have something different in your notes, but the call went in at 6:33 a.m. So that means that there is a 30-minute time frame. There's a 30-minute time frame here. And we know she did not drive around for 30 minutes. Or did she? We have 3 separate people. 3 separate people that don't know each other that reported seeing Kathy and Sebastian at Warsham's or around Warsham's that morning. It was either 6:20 or 6:33. Mama Rista's saying 6:37. Okay, so she wakes him up at 6. She looks around for a few minutes, but the call doesn't come in until 6:33. So the word is, on the streets that Katie is still driving around, headed back to her house because the police were on the way. But when she describes this drive, she only mentions going to the high school and turning around. Is that what your notes have? Because that's what I have. The call comes in at 6:33, dispatches at 6:38, and she is allegedly driving around, goes into the school, then comes back out and goes home because the police are on their way. Y'all tell me. Where did she go? I mean, we're talking I'm missing some minutes here. I'm missing some minutes. Because if she only just drove around really quick and went back home, the school is right next door. Y'all, the school is right there. It's not even a minute away. So if the school isn't even a minute away, where's all this time? We're missing some time here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Katie says she wakes him up at 6, looks around the house for a few minutes. She even runs outside. She jumps in her car to drive around and look for him. But the call doesn't come in until 6:33. So what are her and Chris doing for 33 minutes? What is she doing for 33 minutes? She calls Chris. Are they talking on the phone for 30 minutes before the actual call came in? Because that's not the way that she's making it out to be. The school is only a minute from her home, but she's out driving for 30 minutes. The math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. It's got to things have to make sense for me to move on to the next, you know what I'm saying? And I've got questions here. Where's the time? I mean, did she act like she was driving around when an exchange happened? Especially if she drove around by the construction area where there are 0 cameras. There's 0 cameras in the construction area in the back end because no houses had been built back there yet. I'm sure that all of the ring cameras would show what she was doing that morning, though, right? The police would know. They would take a statement from her. They would check out the statement to see if there's any holes in that story. There's holes in the story. Exactly. They spent the last 20 months trying to fill them or distract. Exactly. It's a big distraction. That is, yeah, spot on. There, something is up here. I need to know where that time is. And we have to remember the new construction. There was houses that were standing in the new construction, but it's when you first pull into that new construction area, the new construction in the very back, where all of that questioning is back there, no houses were built back there. None. So there's no cameras back there. I'm just saying. This interview with Holly Thompson is 8 days after Sebastian goes missing on March 4th. And 3 days later, they're checking the landfill on March 7th. Chris was due to go to court on March 5th. So why would he not want to go to court on March 5th? Why is he trying to get rid of Sebastian? I mean, if there's theory that Chris had anything to do with it, if the theory that Katie had anything to do with it, we're just theorizing here, just bouncing ideas off of one another. What did Chris and Katie have to gain with Sebastian being out of the house? And they have been going back and forth for years trying to get custody of their daughter, of his daughter. What did they have to gain? Why would he interrupt, make that, custody case go south? Because what judge wants to give custody to a man and a woman that have lost a whole kid? I don't know. I know, Mama Marissa. I mean, it's insane because we are emotionally invested. We are emotional about this boy. We want a good outcome. We are hoping for a good outcome. And I'm trying to understand why. How would this benefit the Proudfoots with an ongoing active custody case? It makes no sense to me. When Holly asked her, how is she coping? She has to look to Chris for an answer. She speaks about how she went to bed and he did. Night, Mom, I love you. Said goodnight to his puppies, and I wound up going to bed. That's what she said. When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. Where's the thud? Where's the thud? I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to sleep. She doesn't say anything like that in this interview. This is 8 days after. She says nothing like that here. No thud. She's definitely uncomfortable in this interview. She's trying to cope. This is the only interview that I've ever seen her really cry. Really show emotion, but there's no thud. There's no thud with this one. I think one time I heard her say, calling Bubba. I mean, she's very inconsistent when it comes to this, this time frame. Once they get home, everything is shady. Everything is inconsistent. That rocking back and forth, it may not be a direct sign of lying. The discomfort, of rocking back and forth. She could just be struggling. But maybe she's struggling to maintain a fabricated story. She doesn't want to have incriminating evidence. This is one of Chris's interviews. He says, the $1 million question is this. He's got these $1 million questions. I have $1 million questions too. one of his interviews, he says, $1 million question is this: why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how? Exactly. Why did he go, Chris? How did he go? What's the plan? And when Holly asked Katie, what were you thinking when you couldn't find Sebastian? Did you think he was at a neighbor's house? Katie's response was, my son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He doesn't run. He's not a runner. I don't know why he walked out that door. Well, how do you know that he walked out the door? You don't think that maybe he just went out his window? He's not a runner. He doesn't run. But that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. She was asking if she thought that he could be at a neighbor's house. She didn't say, no, I don't think he could be at a neighbor's house because he doesn't have any friends in the neighborhood. He doesn't know anyone in the neighborhood. Well, the windows were locked, and so was the doors. I'm just saying. It's the things that she is saying it's not even answering the question. Do you think Sebastian, did you think he was at a neighbor's house? Well, I don't know why he walked out that door. He's not a runner. My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. I don't know why he walked out that door. That wasn't even the question. The question was, do you think he's at a neighbor's house? Nothing to do with running, nothing to do with being a runner, nothing to do with even running away. Do you think that he could just be at a neighbor's house, hanging out, talking? I want to talk about this body language here. Let me go back.
So here we are for him, a night that he went missing. So walk us through. We've got so many people who really want to know. Okay.
No.
Hugging.
Let's see. Hold on.
The street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug.
Says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room when I told him to go to bed.
Dang it, that's not that one. Hold on. There's one. Now I got to find the timestamp again. There's one section of this interview where her body language is speaking loud to me.
Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through. We've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend.
That's not it.
We got home.
She rises up in her seat.
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower?
I took a
in the living room?
second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband and I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked
Exactly, Alicia. The cameras would have caught him walking out that door. There's a part in here, and I thought I had the right timestamp. But it's not showing. She lifts herself up. Remember, Jeff? I don't remember what she was saying when she did it. Let me see.
Not anymore.
I know we're about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna
Always.
come home.
He's going to walk through that door. And this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom, I love you." Said goodnight to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock?
6.
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower?
I took a
in the living
second.
room?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, "I can't find him." He said, "What do you mean you can't find him?" I said, "He's not in the house."
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
while we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so
Yes,
you were not home?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude Project.
I was working in Memphis. Can he get it out? He's scratching his arm. That's nervousness. Definitely nervousness. I'm still not seeing it yet, though. But she's going to rise up at some point in time, unless I've skipped through it. I thought it was coming up.
St. Jude Project. So it's, I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, it was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
And within minutes, there they are at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars.
They
They had
lied.
cars from here down to the
main
road,
road.
as far as I could tell.
So what's going through both of your minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, oh, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. but there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions, questions with
What, Chris?
no answers.
Hold on.
Answers. But there's answers to questions that have no answers,
There are questions. There are questions that have no answers. Listen at him right here. Watch this. Exactly, Brenda. That's another $1 million question we have for Chris Proudfoot.
or questions, questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately, and we just don't have that.
Yeah, I didn't see her rise
Ways you
up.
could advance your career
I
with
did not see her rise up in that one, and I don't think it's in this one.
They remain.
What you're thinking right now? I just want my baby to be okay.
I don't think it's in this
But
one.
it again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him.
Stepdad Chris says
I don't know where it was, but she rises up. She rises up in her seat, and I remember. I know what that is. I mean, I can't find it though. Damn it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. But yeah, I mean, there's these questions. Where's the missing time? And it's hard for me to get over the missing time. Right? If you wake him up at 6, just don't get it. Let me see if maybe let me make sure I've got the right one. Let me see. I thought that was the interview where she rises up, and it gives me a pause. Well, dang it. That's not it. It gives me a pause when she does this. Let me see if I can click on this link. Yep, that's it. That's the one. Let me see. Hold on. Maybe it's not. Maybe they're no, that's the same one. Damn it. Because there was a part 2, a part 1 and a part 2, I thought. Huh. I wanted to show you guys how she rises up in her seat. Yeah, it is hardwired to tell the truth. That's true. That's exactly true. Hey, little Miss Sharon. Hey, honey. Good to see ya. So we have another one. We got another one to show you. But outside of this interview with Holly, you remember the Duchess interview? Remember? Let me see if I can find that one. Let me see. All right, hold on. Let me look at this and see. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go now. Oh, dang it. What did I do? What did I do here? Hold on. Hold up. I just switched my screen somehow. Hold up. Now let's listen to this one. Let's look at this one. Oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon. You're so sweet. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you so much. You're a sweetheart. You're a sweetheart. So on Duchess, right? We have Chris.
He did have a really good weekend, actually.
Mm.
When we come home from having supper that evening, he was playing. When he went to bed, when I told him to go to bed, he said, "I love you, Mama," and he said, "I love you, puppies." A little later in the evening, I myself went to bed, and when I went to wake him up for school, he wasn't here.
So he wasn't there. No thud, no sound. Okay.
And you did tell me that Sebastian is not a runner.
He's not.
It's okay. Take your time.
Sebastian does not have a history of running. I mean, the young man doesn't go outside very much. I mean, everybody in the neighborhood knows him. He is very to himself, so to speak. Um, between the hours of 12 and 6, he has basically vanished. Walked out of the house, the door was locked and gone.
He didn't take a phone. None of his shoes are missing.
Now, you told me that night that, now, Chris, you were at work. You were out of town at work,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
you were not even home.
Correct, ma'am.
And Mom, you fell asleep on the couch about 10 o'clock, but you said that Sebastian went to bed at 9 p.m. And then you got up off the couch and you went to bed, and you said that was around midnight.
Midnight.
And nothing was unusual at that point.
So
Everything seemed okay.
there's actually a piece of, so to make something very crystal clear, so that way
Okay.
there's transparency across the board.
Let's be crystal clear. Where's Sebastian? Let's just be crystal clear about where is Sebastian? Jesus.
Me and the mom were on the phone at 9:43 or 9:46 in the evening. We stayed on the phone for quite some time. The call logs have been verified by all the police departments, TBI included. We stayed on the phone. It was very lengthy. Mom did slightly start falling asleep while she was on the couch. I had said, "Hey, you need to wake up, put the dogs up, go to bed." Now, mind you, that was right around midnight, just before midnight or right around midnight.
Mhm.
So then mom does go to bed and wakes up early in the morning to go wake her son up, get him ready for school. And now we have a worried mom who can't find her son in the house. Mom made an effort to look and search several times. Mom has called me at the time and asked me, she was like, I can't find him. I was like, do what? And she goes, yeah, I cannot find him. I said, well, hang on. I made the phone call and reported it to the sheriff's department because that's what we're supposed to do.
Exactly. What's he doing? 15-year-olds aren't playing. I mean, he does have 6q27 chromosome deletion. He does have autism, Asperger's, what have you, but what's he playing? What's he playing? Is he playing Hot Wheels? Is he playing a Switch? What's he playing? Makes no sense when she says that.
And within 10 minutes, the sheriffs were dispatched to the location.
And you had told me that there hadn't been any particular situation that had occurred where you felt like there would have been something that happened. And I also had asked you if there were any friends that Sebastian might have possibly left the house with, or if he had any contact with anyone on social media. Do you want to comment about that again?
He doesn't have a social media.
Okay.
And the only friends that he had were a couple of kids in school.
Okay.
All the kids that have had any interaction with him have been interviewed and asked.
Okay.
We as parents know how social media can be,
Right.
and seeing how kids can be easily manipulated.
He's very young in mind.
Yes, he may be.
Right.
He's about 15, and he's 15 in age in his body, but his mind is not caught up to his body. But that is something that goes through with autistic children, as everybody would know.
Right.
But for the record, I am a very strict parent. He does not have social media, not in our household. He doesn't online game. I'm pretty strict.
Well, we heard that, right? We heard that um, that Chris was really strict, and he was really strict with Nina's kids. And Nina actually said that he was, in her words, she said, Christopher was becoming more and more aggressive. And we know without a shadow of a doubt, we know that he had to take behavior classes, high conflict behavior classes. High conflict. And like I said, it's not just Chris that would be strict, it's his mom too. It's her too. She is as well. This household, I feel really sad. Yeah, authoritarian. I feel so sad for Sebastian. Anger management, exactly. Exactly, Brenda. And it hurts our heart. Our mama hearts hurt. That's why we can't just stop talking about Sebastian. We can't stop thinking about where he and why, the early videos, the early interviews, it does sound like she's upset. His mother is upset. It does sound like she's upset, but is why does she not scream from the rooftops? Please help me find my son. Sebastian, why would you go to YouTube? You've got local media that you didn't even get to until 8 days later. 8 days later. I mean, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Yeah, the classes definitely, I mean, obviously, evidently didn't help because we heard the way that he was talking to Heather about Chloe. You know, early on, Seth had 2 private investigators that were publicly known, that were on social media, that were on YouTube, that were on the, their platforms. And the private conversation that Heather recorded is showing a lot of aggression. And if he would talk this way to a woman, how's he talking to Sebastian? How was he talking to him? I agree, Alicia. I agree, girl.
When it comes to that kind of situation.
Well, that's good. That's good, Chris, that you have control of that, because social media can be very dangerous for young kids, because they don't realize who they may be talking to on social media. So it's always good to have that awareness and to make sure you're monitoring, what your kids are doing. So I had asked you both, did you have any idea what would make Sebastian want to suddenly leave the house? And you told me, well, that's the $1 million question that everybody wants to know. All the detectives, they've all asked that same question. What is it that happened that caused him to leave the house? And I know you must be so worried and so concerned. Is there anything, if Sebastian were listening to this live stream right now, if you knew that he was out there, what would you want to tell him?
That we love you and to come home.
I mean, it's pretty simple. This boy has a very large family that everybody is asking the question, where are you? We love you, and please come home.
Yes. We definitely need to find him as soon as possible. If you live in this area, please search your property every day. He could be on the move. Just because you've already searched your property one time doesn't mean that you don't need to continue to search your property on a daily basis, just to be sure. If you have a lot of land, it needs to be searched, just to be sure, because he may be lost. He may be somewhere and he can't find his way back. So that's why it's very critical. Can you talk to me about the search and rescue efforts? Are they searching on land, air? They also have dive teams there. What can you tell us about that?
So currently, as of today, the National Guard was also brought in to help with the search, but they have had fixed wing aircraft, helicopters, horseback ATVs, side by side, door to door, scouring every neighborhood possible. I mean, the outreach from the community and various counties has been.
Exactly, Catherine. And you know what? We can't forget, can't forget about what Junior said, Bower Sox Jr. said about him early on. I mean, and I'm sure that most of us have that screenshot. And he said that Chris was a POS and he would not put it past him to harm that boy. That's what he said. Not my words, it was his. And I don't know, Chris, he would, I would think. To say that about him, I think he would. You know, he called him out. And I think that there's a reason for that. Because he doesn't like him. He doesn't like, he doesn't like him. So let's look at this. Hold on. Let me share this tab now. I want to skip to this one because I want to I want to watch a little bit of this because I don't know if we remember the deception detective about 10 months ago. He puts out a video and it says, the caption is, "This video might solve a crime." I want to see, I want to share this. I want to watch it with you guys because I don't remember seeing it. And if y'all do, let me know if you think it's, something you want to go over or not. Hold on. Let me change this credit to him. Yeah, I mean, all right. It is abusive behavior. It is. Yeah, we can't, I mean, you know, can't blame anybody for not finding him. I mean, we're doing our best. Silver's on the scene came and he searched some of the area that we wanted searched off of stop 30. We've searched some there. We're going to go back there. I mean, we hand out flyers. We do all kinds of stuff. So it's definitely not for the lack of trying. Definitely not for the lack of trying because that's what we do every day. Every day is trying to find these kids. Yeah, I mean, he told me, he said, "I'm coming to Tennessee. What areas do you want me to, what do you want me to search?" And I gave him a few areas to search. Girl, I love TikTok. I love TikTok. It's a great platform for an astrologer like myself. However, YouTube, I've had my YouTube account for 14, 15 years. But my YouTube is where the challenge is. There's not a whole lot of people on YouTube. YouTube is a different type of platform. Most people on YouTube prefer the drama or educational videos and things of that nature. But man, you were in my TikTok lives. I was thinking about going live the other night. And I'm like, I might just go live on there very soon. Just talk, do like I used to and just put up a picture of him and just talk about him because TikTok reaches a lot more people. A lot more people. It's just for my astrology. I want to try to help grow this channel with it. But anyway,
because I use ClickUp. Here's how AI gives me all the answers. Since all our company info is in ClickUp,
accused of being physically abusive to Sebastian.
Oh gosh.
Show your daughter how much you love her with this beautiful gift. It says
that it could have very well been when you came home after Sebastian went missing.
So that would have to been the 26th when I got to my house.
That's what we said.
That's what we said.
Chris. That's exactly what we said.
Before we get too deep, let me just bring everyone to the table. Sebastian Rogers is an autistic teen who went missing sometime between the evening on February 25th and early the next morning. Chris Proudfoot, the guy on the call here, is his stepdad. And he says that he was out of town on work until the 26th when he was called and told that Sebastian was missing, and then he drove home. That's why he's so adamant that his truck didn't connect to the Wi-Fi at the house until the afternoon of the 26th. In other words, Chris has an alibi, but that doesn't mean he's clueless about the disappearance or even uninvolved.
His eyes. Okay, so Jen, is there anything around Ford's Pond in Oregon? So when that came about, I did put it on the map. I talked to the woman that said that she saw who she thinks was Chris and Katie. Yeah, I did. Little Miss Sharon, it's Astrology for Mystics on TikTok. I love my TikTok. I don't post on there much anymore because I'm doing so much work on here. However, I will be going live on there very soon. Yeah, you can't put a boat in that pond. And she is very adamant that she's adamant that she saw them there. I believe that she thinks that she saw them there. And the FBI is the FBI has definitely checked it out. That's what I think. That's my opinion.
For example, he could have said something to Sebastian that evening on the phone, which caused him to run away. Or his wife, Katie, who was the only adult with Sebastian at the time, could have done something to Sebastian, whether it was by accident or on purpose, and then confided in Chris. And now he's hiding that information in order to protect her. So we still need to listen closely. And from the other interviews I've analyzed of him with Nancy Grace, Web Sleuths, the local news, there's plenty of signs that he knows more than he's letting on.
My truck wasn't in the area, the vicinity, and the FBI knows this. So don't speak of my truck being in that vicinity, that area, until the 26th at 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
That's what we
26 at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. And listen to how he's getting so angry. Getting so angry. I mean, dude.
said.
Well, not the time frame, but
Not the time frame, because we didn't know the time. But what we said was that they did it for the 25th and the 26th. So it's just as much likely that it was when he came in after Sebastian went missing.
Yeah, and that's why I was confused, because I was like, what? And then that's why I said it had to have been when he came home.
Well, see, the
Or,
problem
whatever.
is you get a bunch of people out here. You say one thing, you mean one thing, and this, that, and another, and then it runs wild like a fucking brush fire that goes crazy.
it's true.
And here we are. We're 10 months into this. We got no leads. We got nothing. But yet we got another team over here that's out here just throwing shade left and right and a bunch of crap.
That's what we're talking about. We think it's very dangerous. People are being thrown under the bus and nobody seems to fucking care.
Who's in the back chat?
I have no idea. Hold on.
It's that fucking psycho. Under Chris's name too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see it in the back chat. Yeah.
So who is this person?
I do. That's the person that's attached to that woman that accused you, Clue, of having something
I
to
have
do
no
with
idea
that.
who it is, to be honest.
What the hell's her name again? She was making those anti-sex videos, and out of nowhere, she went nuts on us. Remember?
Momming it up. You talking about momming it up?
Oh, that's crazy bitch.
From the snippets I've seen of this,
Momming it up. Oh, man. And the thing, too, about YouTube is YouTube has clicks. TikTok doesn't.
this panel did a better interview than Nancy Grace. And I'll link my analysis of her interview of Chris and Katie at the end of this video so you can watch that next to compare and contrast. That said, they did the hard part of getting Chris Proudfoot to call into their show. I've extended multiple invitations for him to do an interview with me, and I've been rebuffed every time. So they have him there. They have him talking about his truck, essentially his alibi, and when it connected to the home Wi-Fi. And what do? They sideline Chris to talk about some behind-the-scenes drama with some other creator who's trying to join the live stream. Instead, what I really wish they had done is challenge him on that alibi. They had the perfect opportunity and segue to do it. For example, they could have said, does your truck connect to any other Wi-Fi's automatically? Does it connect to the Wi-Fi at your workplace? Would logs show us when your truck disconnected from the workplace Wi-Fi? Does your truck have GPS as well? If we check the logs, would it show us the route you took and all the stops you made? Would there be any unusual stops? Another thing I wanted to point out, though, is that Chris also seems to have gotten distracted by the creator drama. If you've seen my analysis of other parents of missing children who genuinely don't know what happened to them.
Does it sound choppy to y'all? Does it sound choppy to y'all? Let me know. Mountain Dog Man, it does? There's static? Huh. Damn, it's not staticky on my end. Damn. I wonder why. I wonder if it's the video or if it's my Wi-Fi or what. I've got my earbuds in and I don't hear it. I don't hear the static. Huh, let me try it again, yeah. Let me try it again. Let me try it again. Okay, y'all let me know if it's still staticky. If it is, then we'll move on. It's still bad? Dang it. Now it's worse. Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. What is going on here? I've got my earbuds in. Maybe I should take my earbuds out. See if I can tell what y'all are hearing. Hold on. Okay, I've taken my earbuds out. Now let's try it. It could be, babe. It could be. Well, we're gonna find out now.
And our family is not the public's business. We're not going to sit here, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you what in the world goes on or what happened in the past or any of that nature. That is not the public's business. I'm not.
Is that better, y'all? Okay, good. God. Oh my gosh. Okay, good.
Not going to sit up here and do what Seth did. That's not happening.
So wait.
I don't care if it offends or hurts somebody's feelings. That God forbid the parent between
crystal clear. Are we crystal clear? Are we crystal clear, y'all?
Seth and I'm not going to sit here and bash Seth. I'm not going to sit here and put out personal information. That's nobody's business. How many people out there in all of these things have all said the same thing?
It's nobody's business, but you're sitting up on a panel.
That it should have never happened. And it's correct. It shouldn't have.
I agree.
It doesn't do anything.
Well, and comparing what Seth goes through, there's a shit ton more people that are accusing Chris and Katie. Look at them in your chat.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not. Listen, hold on.
It's wild in there. Like,
it is.
I mean,
and then you're saying, oh, Seth doesn't care if people talk about him. Tell me he fucking doesn't when I'm paying a lawyer for an injunction.
yeah, that's a lie.
And on top of it,
A bold-faced lie. He cares.
well, I will say the truth. You and I, we've had our conversations, and we respect each other enough to understand we don't always agree, and we don't always disagree.
For sure.
But when your chat and my phone blows up,
Unfortunately, it looks like Chris's little tactic worked perfectly.
It sure did. It sure did.
no longer talking about Katie at all. The panel is now totally on the defensive. That said, I've received plenty of comments on X, the DD forum, and YouTube telling me there's plenty more to this interview.
Hold on. So we did watch it all. Okay. That was one that I wanted to, the way that Chris it can distract. They are. It's just a bunch of bullies. Just a bunch of bullies. I don't get down like that. It's, right. I don't get down like that at all. And, I understand that people have to, people need to be themselves. I get it. And a bully's going to be a bully. Yeah, it's pure meanness. Pure meanness. Hardcore manipulator for sure. Yeah, thank you, Little Miss Sharon, for dropping that link to the Deception Detective, because there is one thing that most people have in common. Most people have in common with this case, and they do believe that there is information that is not being told. Here's the other thing that I was wondering about. And it's one of these things that I hate to bring up because it's so humiliating. But this is a question that I do think that we should ask ourselves, okay? Because some of these interviews, bring out, and some of these, Chris and Katie going up, or Chris going up on panels and things like that. It brings questions to mind, like, remember when Chris said the best part is he left no evidence? It's the best part. The best part of Sebastian going missing is he left no evidence. I've always thought that was a little off, Who's going to say that? Nobody that I know. Nobody that I would know that has a missing kid is going to say that the best part about Sebastian going missing is that he did not leave any evidence. And we know that Chris has this open CPS case, or that's, the rumor on the street. We also know that he did not want Sebastian near Faith. We know that Chris wasn't home during the month of February, but once. He came for the parent-teacher conference. So not only, I don't think, it seems to me that not only was he not wanting Sebastian to be around his daughter, but he didn't want to be around Sebastian. But here's where I think that, on the Nancy Grace, the Proudfoots, they were asked, what about his bed? Do you have a new bed? And Chris said, there's a new bed in the garage. He said that somebody had given it to him. Was this bed given to them because of the fact that Sebastian soiled? Because if they are making him wear a pull-up, then that means that he has a soiled mattress somewhere. There's a soiled mattress. I mean, before the pull-ups were, given to him, obviously there would have been some bedwetting. Where's the mattress? Where was Sebastian sleeping? I mean, I really feel sad that he had to wear pull-ups and I think that the sensory for Sebastian, those senses, right? The sensory is affected, no doubt about it, with the 6q27 chromosomal deletion. The sensory would definitely, the sense to urinate, especially if he was in a traumatic state, if he was nervous, if he was scared. That could definitely play a role into why he would be urinating in the bed. But where's the mattress that was soiled? Yes, I do understand that trauma, but it's also I definitely understand more about the 6q27 chromosomal deletion as well. It's very rare. There's less than 100 people in the world that have it. It will present itself in time with behavior like autism and Asperger's. And the way that he walks presents itself to me more like Asperger's, the way that he walks on his toes. And they have described Sebastian when, he runs, he has his hands behind his back running. But if you are in a very strict abusive type home with this type of, syndrome, then urinating, I would think, urinating in the bed wouldn't be uncommon. I'm just asking, where's the mattress? If you have a child that has a soiled mattress, you're gonna wanna get him a new one. Once he started getting in those pull-ups, where's the soiled mattress? It just, some of her interviews make me think that Sebastian could have been in the garage. The point is, where's the mattress that was soiled? Where'd it go? Is that why they were given a new mattress after Sebastian went missing? Could that have been the camel that broke? I mean, could that have been the problem? Did an accident take place and something went south? Was there an accident that happened and something went south with Katie? She's the one that's there with him. It just, so the $1 million question is this: did Sebastian sleep in his room or in the garage? Also, in the Nancy Grace interview, Katie is asked what her theory is, and she said she thinks that someone has her son. Also, in the Nancy Grace interview, she says, we got a call to go pick up our niece, so we went and we picked up our niece. Who is we? Her and Sebastian? Is that who she's talking about? We got a call? Is it just her and Sebastian got a call? Who's we? Yeah, exactly, Mama Marissa. Katie at one point says Sebastian would come in for snacks. Come in? That means he was in the garage. Where's he coming in from? Exactly. Exactly. And she told Nancy that she thinks that somebody has her son. They really have. I think that they have too. I think that they have given a lot. There's always going to be truth and lies. Exactly. Who would have him? Who would have him? But Mama Marissa, that's, that's what I'm talking about. She has said he would come in. Come in from where? He'd come in for snacks. Come in. Where's he coming in from? Where's he coming in from? And I had this childhood friend who went through a lot in his household. And we were kids, and I knew he was going through a lot. And they made him sleep in the garage. And y'all, he's in prison because he ended up taking his stepfather's life because he was tired of the abuse. Well, if Sebastian came in from the garage, why would his dogs bark? They're his dogs. He's coming in. When she says he comes in for snacks during the night, he is coming in from the garage. It's the only other place that he could be where he could come in. He wouldn't be outside. He would be in the garage. And the night that he went missing, it was fairly warm. A lot of people talk about how cold it was, but it wasn't cold. It was like 50s and 60s for the low. It wasn't that cold. It was seasonably warm. And then we had a cold front come in after he goes missing, and it was flooding out there. It was flooding here. It was flooding. I just, it makes you wonder, doesn't it, Mama Marissa? Yeah. When he talks about, maybe I should pull that up with the Nancy Grace interview, because it's interesting when we go back and we listen to some of these interviews, just like the Patty. I didn't hear about Patty. Have y'all heard about Patty? Have y'all heard about the attorney, the friend of Kathy's that's an attorney that evidently went all the way from Hendersonville to Albuquerque, New Mexico to serve Nina papers? So, Patty, she has her own law firm. She sits pretty in a $1 million+ home with a saltwater pool. She's doing very well for herself. Very well. And that is Kathy's friend, and that is the one that served Nina. If, when I first started this live, I wanted everybody to think about how would it be? How easy, how hard would it be to hide money? Because somebody's got to be taking care of Sebastian. And it would have to be Mama Socks. How would she get money to Sebastian? Unless he's homeless. And let's just say that he's not homeless, because Kathy is definitely connected to the Secret Service via money. Well, I wouldn't put it past I wouldn't put it past them, whether it was cold or not. I don't know if they had a heater in there or not. I don't know. She said that he was in the room. She didn't say that he was in the garage. But when she talks about Sebastian coming in, he is coming in from somewhere. And if they didn't look at her financials they're definitely, and if they haven't, if they're not listening in or what have you, they're definitely doing, they're failing Sebastian in a big way. Yeah, always going to be some truth with mixed in lies. Exactly. Yep. Show y'all this. We're gonna look at this one. We're gonna look at Nancy. Because I think we need to catch some of this stuff. Because like I said, I mean, I've watched that Nina interview, but I didn't catch it until this morning. Patty, Kathy's friend, she knew that they were going to have a plan, try to take that baby away from her. They were going to, him and his mama was going to come up with a plan. Next thing you know, somebody's knocking on the door, and it's Kathy's friend, Patty, who is a lawyer, and served her an order of protection. I mean, let's be real here. I mean, come on. The girl she's got a financing company. Her family is all in the construction business. They've been to Alaska, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands. Not sure if she's got dual citizenship. But she's either got, the only way that she can hide the money is through that attorney, paying the attorney for services rendered that aren't really related to, that whatever retainment that they, have a contract with. Or she's got an offshore account. I mean, that's what I seriously think. That there is an offshore account. Yeah, probably mean to the dogs too. I mean, they got rid of everything before Sebastian went missing except the dogs. Anyway, I'm going to look at, I just want to show this for just a second.
Unless you decide it isn't. Wild Turkey Master Distiller Jimmy Russell knew what to change over 70 years ago. Not a damn thing.
When you know it's right, don't change a damn thing.
February 26th, Monday morning, 6 a.m. From everything we can tell, came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, and goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
You were not home.
No,
okay.
ma'am.
So where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
Working.
Where do you work?
I'm currently working, or was working, at the St. Jude Children's Hospital construction project.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Well, you've been gone ever since Sebastian went missing, so I understand. When you are home, do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a 3-bedroom home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your room as it relates to Sebastian's room?
It's on the opposite end of the house. The master bedroom's on one side, and the other 2 bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
Okay, so
Yeah, Nancy don't play no games. I mean, she's a prosecutor. Let's prosecute. She did.
your master bedroom is on one side of the house and Sebastian's room is on the other side of the house. Is that correct? Or home, do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Hold on.
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
So
Statements you've made.
No, that's the she doesn't ask him. He just provides this information, and that is suspect to me. Majorly suspect to me.
That you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And
He was not home.
please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
You were not home.
No,
Okay,
ma'am.
so where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
That's suspect to me. And I think that I think it's suspect to her too, because why would you offer up that information?
Working.
Where do you work?
I'm currently working, or was working, at the St. Jude Children's Hospital construction project.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Well, you've been gone ever since Sebastian went missing, so I understand. When you are home, do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a 3-bedroom home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your room as it relates to Sebastian's room?
It's on the opposite end of the house. The master bedroom's on one side, and the other 2 bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
Okay, so your master bedroom is on one side of the house and Sebastian's room is on the other side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you have a 3rd bedroom that I believe you keep for your other daughter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Faith? Is your other daughter named Faith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where is Faith's bedroom as it relates to Sebastian's bedroom?
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. That's because
it's in the back side of the house. Sebastian's bedroom is
So
on the
it's-
front side of the house.
Okay. So his bedroom is away from Faith's bedroom and away from your master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Sebastian's room on a top?
Because she's scared. She has to go with Chris. She's scared to be there by herself. You're a whole MMA Navy girl. She ain't scared. I mean, y'all, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that she was scared, that she had to go with him because she was scared. people were coming to the house. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that at all. You have a missing son and you're leaving the house. I've never heard that. I've never heard of such. Never heard of such. It just blows my mind. Poor Sebastian.
Top floor or a ground level?
We have a ranch style house. It's a 1.5 story. So everything is flat, and then you have the bonus room above the garage.
Okay. So his is on ground floor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That morning, was there any sign of a break-in through a window, a front door, a back door, a sliding glass door, anything at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No sign of forced entry. Was anything taken from the home at all?
Not that we could find anything. We couldn't find anything missing.
I want to sort.
So no flashlight. You couldn't find a flashlight? You didn't find the flashlight? When did I'm just wondering when the thud happened and when the flashlight was taken. Because I mean, I've listened to some interviews and I still haven't heard it yet. You know, why? Exactly. Hey, Rosebud, why push this alibi? It should always be about Sebastian. Always. Just no flashlight. Okay.
Circle back to Sebastian's shoes regarding if anything was missing. Do you have a burglar alarm?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So it takes them a while to answer this. And it's a question that I feel like should make her feel really dumb. Both of them, really. You're so strict. You're so this, you're so that. Everybody in your neighborhood's got a cam, but y'all, you got one on your vehicle. You don't have one on your home. Y'all are both electrical type of people. You're working for Brinks and you don't have a security system. I wonder if that was planned.
That morning, was there any sign of a break-in through a window, a front door, a back door, a sliding glass door, anything at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No sign of forced entry. Was anything taken from the home at all?
Not that we could find anything. We couldn't find anything missing.
I want to circle back to Sebastian's shoes regarding if anything was missing. Do you have a burglar alarm?
Watch how long it takes them to answer. Look at their faces when she asked them this. I mean,
no, ma'am.
Do you have a ring door?
The other thing that I think too is this interview, they are sitting at a table and they have notes in front of them. I can see them reading notes. I can see them reading them.
Doorbell cam.
She will look where she looks sometimes when she asks a question, she'll look a certain place and so will Chris.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have the two of you taken a polygraph?
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts.
Look at Nancy. Oh my gosh. Just watching people's body language it's when you go back and you just, you look at things. She's like, mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, Nancy.
Volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I understand. Ms. Proudfoot, did you pass your polygraph?
I did.
Those questions out of the way. Was Faith in the home when Sebastian went missing?
No, ma'am.
Does anyone else have a key to your home beside your immediate family?
No.
No, ma'am.
That night, Miss Proudfoot, at midnight when you went to bed,
Yeah. The way that she takes a sip and she's shaking her head, she's like, yeah, go ahead. Just keep talking. Yeah, whatever.
what did you do until midnight?
I had been reading a chapter that I needed to, and I had been talking to my husband on the phone. I was falling asleep on him, so that's when he told me it was around midnight. He told me to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed.
Does he always tell you what to do, honey? Do you need somebody to tell you what to do? Do you need a dad? Were you not, raised by, is it a father figure issue you got going on here? I mean, what's going on? And that's when he told me to go to bed and to put the dogs up. Okay, now Jeff will say, hey, have you taken your blood pressure medicine? Have you eaten today? What you doing? He will say things like that. So I can't be really too hard on Katie, but he has said in all the interviews that he said, I could tell that she was going to sleep. And I told her, go to bed. She was falling asleep, go to bed, put the dogs up. Okay, maybe that's not so weird, but I don't know. I think it's, and he told me to go to, do you need somebody to tell you what to do?
And that's what I did. I got up, put the dogs where they sleep, and then I myself went to bed.
Where do they sleep?
Oh, shoot.
Change is inevitable, unless you decide it isn't. Wild Turkey Master Distiller Jimmy Russell knew what to change over 70 years ago. Not a damn thing.
When you know it's right, don't change a damn thing.
They have a big pen.
A pen, is it inside or outside?
Inside.
Here's the deal about the dogs for me. Here's the deal about the dogs for me, in my opinion. If Sebastian was used to sleeping with the dogs, because I've heard her say, or Chris say, that the dogs, would sleep with her, dogs would sleep with sometimes I wonder if that was a punishment. If he was, I just wonder how Chris punished him. If he only, and that's another thing. He says that we'll get to that. Yeah. Yeah. I thought they did too, Mama Marissa. But I'm saying, like, if they were to punish, that would be super, super severe for somebody like Sebastian. It really would. It would be super severe with his behavior. It would really hinder him. He needs a routine, he needs this routine. So anyway.
Inside. That reminds me of another question. Do you guys have a motion sensor light or lights on the outside of your house?
Yes, we do have lights on the outside of our house.
Did they activate that night?
They're not motion censored. We have lights.
Were they on that night?
No,
okay.
ma'am.
Were they on that night? So the lights were out the whole night?
Yes, ma'am. We don't typically turn the floodlights on.
Were there any lights outside the house on at all?
Just my little solar lights that we have in the garden.
There's two lights on the side of the house above the garage that are on at all times.
Oh, yeah.
So no lights, no security system, but you're Mr. Big and Bad Protector. Okay. All right. Okay, then.
Those are on.
Oh, there's a light above the garage. It's on at all times.
There's two. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so those lights were on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I heard you say earlier, Mr. Proudfoot, that your neighbors have been very, very forthcoming with their Ring camera info. And I was trying to determine if any lights were on, what, if anything, they may have caught. But I understand from your previous interviews that nothing of any evidentiary value was caught. And also, in another statement you gave, I understand that the video of the two flashlights, and I'm saying that with air quotes, that's not exactly what that was at all. We now don't believe that two flashlights were observed around your home. Is that correct?
You're very correct.
Okay.
They're definitely reading. They've got something in front of them that they're reading.
Question regarding your vehicles. Ms. Proudfoot, what make and model do you drive?
I drive a Infinity SUV.
Year?
2017.
And, sir, what do you drive?
I drive a diesel truck, Chevrolet.
Year?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it's a 2021, I think.
So your Infinity SUV was parked in the garage or outside the garage that night, Ms. Proudfoot?
In the garage.
In the garage. And Mr. Proudfoot, your vehicle was on location in Memphis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's only one car at the home. Is that right?
There was actually a work vehicle in the driveway at the time as well, but it hasn't moved. We can't give out that information because we don't have permission from her work.
I don't understand that. What?
I don't understand that. What? Exactly. Exactly, Mom Marissa. Hold on.
In the garage.
In the garage. And Mr. Proudfoot, your vehicle was on location in Memphis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's only one car at the home. Is that right?
He definitely knows the year of his truck.
There was actually a work vehicle in the driveway at the time as well, but it hasn't moved. We can't give out that information because we don't have permission from her work.
I don't understand that. What?
About the make and model of the vehicle.
I have a work van that was also parked in the driveway.
Why is that? If it's out in the driveway where people can see it, why is that privileged information?
We just don't have permission from her company to divulge that information.
Have you asked?
No, ma'am, we have not. Nobody's asked us
So
that
that
question.
was-
to be honest with you.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Look at Nancy. Nancy's on fire. She's on fire, y'all. She done. Look at Nancy. Look. Look at that. That is hilarious. Look at her. Like what? What? So you haven't asked them, but you can't divulge that information. Are you just being goofy? Yeah. Yeah, you are.
No, ma'am, we have not. Nobody's asked us
So
that
that
question.
was-
to be honest with you.
Okay.
Did y'all see her do her nose like
Okay, so you have a work van. Question to you, Ms. Proudfoot, what do you do for a living?
I am an installation technician.
That night, Was the work van blocking your driveway? Could someone go in and out of your driveway?
The van is parked at the back of my driveway, so someone can pull in, yes.
Got it. Do you park your Infinity SUV in the garage or outside the garage?
In the garage.
In the garage. Do you have
So let me ask this then. If Sebastian, if there was a mattress in the garage, I guess, it's a 2-car garage. There's, is it an oversized 2-car garage, Jeff? I can't remember. But if her car is in there, there would be enough room for a mattress.
have an automatic garage door?
With the clicker.
Right. Do you leave that up or down at night?
Down.
Could anybody lift it up? Like, is there an on and off button outside, or do you have to know a code or have the clicker to open it?
You'd have to know the code or have the clicker.
Does Sebastian know the code?
Not to the garage door, but to the man doors.
Not to the garage door, but to the house doors?
The regular door, yes.
So is there a code to get in your home, or do you use a regular key?
Hey, Joni.
There's a code.
And he knows that code?
Yes, ma'am.
Question. I'm just trying to figure out how he would have gotten out, or if somebody came into the home. Could they have gotten through the garage door? No, unless they know the code or had the clicker, which they did not. Do you lock your doors at night?
Yes, ma'am.
Could he have left on his own through those doors?
He could, yes, ma'am.
But I heard in another interview where Mr. Proudfoot said he was not a, quote, wanderer. He didn't wander around. He had never left the home before on his own. Is that right?
Correct. We haven't had issues with him running or taking off in the past.
Okay, let me ask you a couple of questions regarding the doors. Do you have any home surveillance, anything at all that would have given us an idea or a clue if the door had been opened or not, or a window?
Not directly from our house.
Well, then from where?
That's what we were hoping.
What storage units? Cadaver dogs didn't hit on a storage unit that I know of. But I mean, I'm open to learning. Yeah, I agree, Mom Marissa. If you're guilty of something, you got to keep your look. This is such a they're looking, they're reading. Yeah, no, dogs didn't hit on at Warsham's. They really, yeah. Yeah, I took a we had a dog go out there and it didn't hit. So I can tell you from my experience too, with the dogs that, with the dog that I was with, it did not hit. There's no hit anywhere. There's no hit. There's no cadaver dog hit on anything. There was nothing. It was only a scent that was picked up, but that, that could be just anybody. It wasn't Sebastian's scent.
In that neighborhood.
Or we don't know. I mean, we don't know if it was his or not, but I mean, evidently it wasn't.
Ring cameras and may have picked something up.
Gotcha. I want to go back to that night. You said you were up till midnight. You were reading something. What were you reading?
A chapter for school.
A chapter for school. Are you in school?
I'm not sure, Rosebud. All I know is when we passed by there recently, because Lady Freedom was in town and she wanted to see the area. And when I showed her the area and we passed by their house, all I saw was the I don't remember. I mean, because I was driving, and I was driving pretty quickly. I wasn't going by really slow. You'll have to remind me, Jeff, of what all we saw in the driveway, but all I remember seeing is Crabtree's truck and the camper. I saw a camper, the Crabtree's truck, and possibly her work van. But Jeff, you'll have to put that in the comment because I don't remember. I just don't. I don't remember. Somebody's dog hid at Warsham's in person said it probably dead mice. Terry Lynn's co-searcher said that the one found mattress cover. Yeah, I know about the mattress cover. Yeah, I know that Aaron found the mattress cover. We took the dog around the storage unit and it did not hit. So there's no hits. There's nothing around the storage unit that I know of. But Erin, she did find the mattress cover, but we have to remember that it's a storage unit. So you're going to find household items around a storage unit when people move their stuff in and out. And there was there's a creek right there too. So anything when it was flooding, and I've been through some floods, when that water is getting it and it comes up over its banks, there's all kinds of stuff, all kinds of debris that you will find. And a lot of the things that we may find walking the creeks is going to be it could be from a mile away down the stream, It's gonna, because that water is moving, it's getting it. It's a force to be reckoned with. So we have to keep that in mind too,
I was, yes, ma'am. I've since dropped my classes for the time.
What are you studying?
Business administration.
Gotcha. Where do you go to school?
DeVry.
So that night you go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate inside the home, and
I understand where you're coming from. I can only base everything off of my experience. And the day that we had the dog at the storage unit, Aaron was with us too. So if there was a dog hit on another time that Aaron was out there, it's possible. Aaron and Terry Lynn were if I remember correctly, were they not with us that day, Jeff? Was this another day? But we've taken the dog around the storage unit. We've been around the storage unit. There's nothing. There was no scent. There was no hit. Took it around the construction area, no hit. So I can only go off what my experiences are. And I've talked to Erin many times, and I've never heard her say that there was a hit by a cadaver dog there. I know that cadaver dogs are not hitting on a specific person's scent. They're hitting on decomposition, human decomposition. And what I'm telling you is that from my experience with a cadaver dog, there was no hits. We took it around Warsham's. We took it around Ward Lane. Took it around the construction area. No hits. None. Zero. Zilch. I'm referring to the scent dogs early on by the search teams. Yeah, the dog we ran didn't get a hit. I think that Kathy Bowersock's connection with the Secret Service is definitely through money. It's definitely through money. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Alicia. I know what you're saying. And again, I just have to keep saying the same. What I've been saying is, from my experience, we had a cadaver dog, not a scent dog. We had a cadaver dog, and it did not hit in any of those places. Not around Warsham's, not around the, in the storage units right there next door to Warsham's. So it didn't hit on that, didn't hit on the construction area. It did not hit on Ward Lane. Everywhere that we took the cadaver dog, it was a cadaver dog, not a scent dog, a cadaver dog. It did not hit on anything anywhere. It did not hit, period. Period. Yeah, but you weren't there, and you're only going off of what Aaron told you. Unless you saw it in real time and the dog was hitting, and if that was the case, the law enforcement would be all over it. I'm just not buying it. And I've been on this case since day one, and I've been talking to Aaron since day one, so I'm really confused about that.
You go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically. Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Earlier, you had stated you heard a noise in his room before you went to bed. What time was that?
Around 10 o'clock.
10 p.m. What did it sound like?
Just a thud.
I thought that was interesting. Hold on.
Yes, ma'am. I've since dropped my class.
When she asked her if she typically checks on him, and she said, no, not typically. Just watch Chris.
This is for the time.
What are you studying?
Business administration.
Gotcha. Where do you go to school?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Alicia. I still I don't know. I don't know. This was a channel that went out there to search the waters. If they went out there to search the waters, then why were they at the, I don't know. I don't know. If they were out there searching the waters early on, but the cadaver dog hit on the storage unit, none of that is making any sense to me. Yeah. Are y'all talking about Jules? I mean, I have no idea. I just have no idea. Oh, thank you, Donna. Have a good night, sweetheart. I understand how the dogs work. I definitely understand all of that, but I'm getting very confused. So I digress with that, with the dogs and the hit on the storage units and the water and all of that.
DeVry.
So that night you go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate, inside the home, and you go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Watch Chris right here. Watch Chris right here. Yeah, that was Aaron. Terry Lynn, Aaron, and them. Yeah. And if you're talking about two guys, then you're talking about narc divers. Narc divers don't have a cadaver dog. I don't know who you're talking about. I have no idea. I think we just need to just let it go because we don't know. No, I do know this. I do know this. No cadaver dogs have hit on a scent having to do with Sebastian Rogers ever. Ever. And if you're talking about they were searching the ground by the water and the dogs hit at the dam or something like that, that's not what we were even talking about. We were talking about Aaron at the storage unit. So yeah, I don't know, honey. I don't know. I'm over it though.
Not typically. Since
Watch
he's gotten
Chris.
older, I've not been
Watch
checking on.
Chris. He closed his eyes. Yeah. Not typically, since he's gotten older. He closed his eyes. It's almost like he's disgusted. It's almost like he is just not happy with this question and what he is thinking about here. Y'all watch this.
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically.
See Chris, watch him.
Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Earlier, you had stated you heard a noise.
Do you think that it's possible that once the parents went to bed, when Faith is there, that the kids hang out and talk and do stuff? I mean, me and my cousins would when we grew up together, you know? I mean, we would. Do you think that that's possible? And that's why he was doing that? Why he was looking perturbed when she asked, do you normally go and check on him? Well, no, not typically since he's gotten older. Since he's gotten older, and then he closes his eyes, he reaches back, starts scratching his head. Y'all focus here. Focus. Forget about all of that narc diver stuff. Just let y'all look at this. This right here. I'm just wondering if that's why he's looking like this, because he's reflecting, he's thinking about something. That's what I think anyway. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Watch.
I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout.
Okay, I'll wait for y'all to get done. Let's forget about the dogs. There has been no dog sent. I mean, there's been no dog hit. Watch this.
Go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate inside the home, and you go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically. Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Earlier, you had stated you heard a noise in his room before you went to bed. What time was that?
Around 10 o'clock.
10
I
p.m.
think he was too. I think he was too. I think he was too. He was signaling, okay, it's enough.
What did it sound like?
Just a thud.
A thud.
See, now we get into the thud. Now we're actually getting into a thud. Before, there was no thud. Now we're at a thud. The story is starting to change. And y'all, when he does that, when he scratches his head, I'm feeling a certain type of way, like he is perturbed because she doesn't get up and check on Sebastian. Just because he's gotten older, you have a child that could actually need your assistance for many years after he turns 18. Why would you not go and check on him? You hear a thud, you don't go and check. There is a distance. There's an emotional look. There's an emotional distance from Katie and her son. This is evident with the behavior. I'm not an expert. It's just my opinion. There is an emotional detachment.
You stated that you said, look, I don't care what you're doing in there, go to bed. Is that right?
I was on the couch, which is near his room, and I said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he said,
Oh, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? Do you see what I'm saying? The inconsistency there should be no inconsistency. The last time that you were to talk to your child before they go missing, and when I say child, I'm talking about your kid. My kids are grown, but they're still my kids. They're my kids until they're always going to be my kids. They're always my kids. It's just this girl. It's like once she gets home, everything changes. She cannot keep the story straight. The last time that you're going to see your child and you can't remember, you can't keep it straight, you can't keep consistent with that story, she's not telling us something. There's things that are being kept. There is a script here. And do you see them looking? They're looking at something. They're looking at something, and she's reading it.
He said, no, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.
So she's reading it and she's keeping with the story. Other than right here. Other than right here. She's not keeping with it. Shoot, where am I going? Where am I at here? Oh, hold on.
Look, I don't care what you're doing in there. Go to bed. Is that right?
I was on the couch, which is near his room, and I said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he
Now it's Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? You see what I'm saying? Now we have Bubba. It's not, I love you. Good night. Good night, puppies. It's not, I don't care what you're doing in there, but you need to go to sleep. Now there's something more. Now there's Bubba. Did you fall out of the bed? I mean, if you think he fell out of the bed and you don't go in there to see what's up? Yeah, exactly. And another one, she leaves out Bubba. You're right. Marissa, the details would be engraved in your brain. You would not be able to think about anything else but the last words that you spoke to your child. It would be embedded. Exactly. Did the family lawyer friend write the script for him? She hardly ever calls him by his name. Doesn't hold up a flyer. Please, please, if you see my son, if you see him, I just need him back. Nothing. Nothing.
He said, no, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what the sound actually was?
I do not know.
If he were to go out his window, what would he step on?
Mulch and bushes.
Did you say mulch or mush?
Mulch.
Mulch. Okay. Got it. Has he ever gone out the window before?
No, ma'am.
Is his room on the front of the house or the back of the house?
Front.
Front. Do any of your neighbors' ring cams point toward your house? Could they pick that up?
They do, but it's so dark that they can only see it. After it gets so dark at night, they can only see certain things where there's light.
Well, she knows that, don't she?
I thought there were the two lights on.
On the opposite side of the house.
Okay. Can we talk about Sebastian's shoes? Why are you convinced Sebastian left without shoes on? Or are you?
Well, the reason that came about is because all of his shoes are accounted for inside the house still.
Are you positive?
I'm positive.
Change is inevitable, unless you decide it isn't. Wild Turkey Master Distiller Jimmy Russell knew what to change over 70 years ago. Not a damn thing.
When you know it's right, don't change a damn thing.
How do you know what clothes he was wearing?
The clothes that we described are the ones I saw him in when he went to bed.
That morning, you woke up at 6 o'clock. Is that the normal time you wake up?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a heavy sleeper?
Off and on.
Do you take any medication at night that would make you sleep?
No, ma'am.
But you heard nothing.
I did not, no.
So we know he is alive and well at 10 p.m. At 6 a.m. He's gone. You say he's never left before. Is that right?
Correct. He's never run off before.
And could I confirm, where was his bio dad at the time he went missing?
I believe he was at work in Nashville.
You believe he was?
Had there been any family?
Look at Chris.
Had there been any family?
You feel intense, Chris? Talking about Seth? Yeah, Mama Marissa. That wild turkey.
Argument or altercation prior to him going missing?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Proudfoot, when did you leave town?
Early February.
So you had been gone for days before he went missing. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Had you visited home since you left?
You said from when I initially left?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I came home February 26th, the morning I was told that he was missing.
From the time that you left for the job in Memphis to...
So he leaves in early February. I thought he was gone in February, and then he came back home for the parent-teacher conference. On what? What was that? February 7th? Initially left, exactly. Well, that's interesting because I've heard the PI say once you see his room, it's obvious what made the thud sound. What's obvious? Clue me in on that page because I don't remember that. What would be the obvious sound? What was obvious? He could have left with slides. Well, they're saying that he didn't have any shoes at all that was unaccounted for. So I don't know.
February 26th, did you visit the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. So he visited the home.
When?
I was home. I can't give exact dates. Law enforcement has told me not to provide exact dates.
Really, Chris? Really, Chris? You can't provide exact dates when you were home because of the law enforcement? Please.
But I had been home multiple times prior to February. And then I left early February and then didn't come back till February 26th, the morning he was missing.
Why?
So you were not home from the time you left early February.
See, that's suspect. They're together all the time now, attached at the hip. Why was he gone so much? Why?
February till Feb 26. Is that right?
Correct, ma'am.
Where were you living in Memphis?
I have an RV trailer that I stay in at an RV park.
RV park. Okay. Following back up on that morning, You searched.
Seth said that she would, when he would keep Sebastian every other weekend, she would go to Memphis. That's what he said on one of his interviews. Seth said on one of his interviews that she would go to Memphis and stay with Chris that weekend when he would have Sebastian. Why is Chris not coming home? Why is he not coming home on the weekends? And it is the 3 hour and 37-minute doorstep to doorstep. So, I mean, you can't just, come home sometimes. I mean, you're already talking to her till midnight. Y'all are losing sleep being on the phone, trying to listen to each other fart and shit. I mean, why are y'all together at the hip right now? Why isn't it the same? Why isn't it now this, you know what I'm saying? That why is such a, I don't know, why is he not coming home? Why are they not together? Exactly. Sebastian's missing. Why not give every detail? Why not?
Search the home, Miss Proudfoot. Then you get in your vehicle and you start searching. Did Sebastian know how to drive?
No, ma'am.
Was your car in the same location when you woke up that morning as it was the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
Has your car been searched by police?
Multiple times, yes, ma'am.
Why multiple times, Katie? Why would the law enforcement search the vehicle? They've got their eye on you, girl. They got their eye on you.
Have scent dogs looked at your car?
Yes, ma'am.
So your car's in the same place. You get in the car, you start looking.
Oh, really, Joni? Wow. I have to go back and listen to some of them JLR. Wow. Close enough that, wow. CP called her. Interesting. Interesting. I'll have to go back and look at some of his old videos. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to go look and see what JL, I mean, I did look at some of his earlier today with Bobby.
Looking in the neighborhood for him. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you call Mr. Proudfoot, right?
I believe I was already on the phone with him at that point.
Okay. Question. Who called 911?
Well, Chris did.
I did.
You did.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
time?
Without looking at a call log, I can't give you the exact time, but on or about 6:20.
So she wakes up. Okay, so now we get another little story. So now she wakes up at 6, looks around for 3 minutes. Okay, so we're still missing some time. The math still isn't mathing. We've got about 15, 17 minutes. It only takes a minute to go to the school and come back. If you want to drive around the school before it, actually anybody is there. It's not going to take you long to get there. They're right next door to the school. Not going to take her long to get there. She drives around the school. Where's these minutes? What is she doing? What's really going on here, Christopher? What's really going on here?
And had you guys been talking on the phone before 6 a.m. or did you initially call Mr. Proudfoot at the time you realized Sebastian was gone?
I called him when I realized Sebastian was gone.
Have you guys been out looking for Sebastian?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We were given information that you guys have left the home. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I'm going back to work.
Okay, but early on, it seemed like he didn't know if he had a job anymore. So you're going back to work, but you did used to work there. I was working here. I mean, are you working there or not? Like, now I'm confused. Now I'm confused. I know. I mean, God, can we just stick to the story? You're not working there. You are working there. You're going back to work. Okay. I mean, are we in the twilight zone or what?
You're going back to work. What about you, Miss Proudfoot?
No, I'm not going back to work. Not yet, at least.
Did you leave the home also, Miss Proudfoot?
I mean, it would seem like that, Cinderella, because look, he's got all kinds of time to show up in court with Texana to sue Seth for $20,000. It's been going on for over a year that he is there constantly being her right-hand man as a witness, and dude wasn't even there. He wasn't even there. How can you be a witness and you're not even there? He's got all kinds of time on his hands. It would seem like he doesn't even work anymore. Like, boy, go to work.
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
Okay.
But why, Katie? Why are you accompanying him going back to work where he was working? He said, I was working.
And when will you be back? Do you know yet?
No, not yet.
Are you concerned about being away while the search is ongoing?
Absolutely, I am.
Then why are you going?
Because my son could be anywhere, and we're looking everywhere and anywhere.
Are you looking for him, Katie? Where are you looking? We're looking for him anywhere and everywhere. Where did you look? Where did you look, Katie? On the way to Memphis? Did you stop in Jackson? Where are you looking, Katie? He could be anywhere and everywhere. I just want to be up Chris's butt, because if he farts and I can't smell it, I'm going to be upset. I don't care if my little boy is missing.
I've got a question for you.
Yes,
I want
ma'am.
to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
To
was
Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So
Oh, did he say yes, sir? Mr. Crest, did he say yes, sir? He got caught lying. He got caught lying. Okay.
gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes. One swat.
What did he lie about?
I honestly don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school, because that's majority where his issues lie.
So the one and only time that you're going to take a belt to a child like Sebastian, you can't remember? You can't remember, Chris. Do you not know, Katie? Do you not remember, Katie? When you let another man that is not the father of anybody disciplining a child such as one that has autism, that has Asperger's, that would have the 6q27 chromosomal deletion, you cannot do that to a child like that. You cannot do that. And you don't remember? Y'all don't remember. I call bullshit. I call bullshit. No ma'am, no ham. No respect for a woman that would allow some other man to discipline her child. Weak. You're weak, girl.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's like awkwardly socially like blending in with students, so it's a little. He's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close.
That's typical. That's very typical for autism. Very typical. Being socially awkward, getting into other people's space.
And then kids don't really accept that too much, so it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop and he continues on. So then it causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie like, "No, I didn't."
But maybe he really thinks that he didn't. Maybe that he's not lying. He really thinks that he didn't. He is thinking differently than you, Christopher. He's thinking so different. Maybe Sebastian really doesn't feel like he did. Yeah, exactly, Cinderella. He wasn't wearing a belt. He wasn't wearing a belt. You're cruel. You're mean. That's mean. I would never, ever allow, ever, never did I, will I allow another man to come into my kid's life and play house, play daddy, and discipline my kids. You got another thing coming, boy. And that's what you are, a boy.
Okay, Sebastian.
We're lying about doing
Was that the first time? Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
Well, it should have. It should have.
There were other CPS reports, right? Were they regarding your other child?
There is one in regards to my daughter that I know of out in New Mexico with my ex-wife and myself.
What happened?
At the time, My ex-wife had fled to New Mexico with my daughter. We were going through a custody and then a divorce case at that time. And at the time, when I call and try to check in on my daughter, I could never reach my ex-wife at that time. So a welfare check was requested. Law enforcement told me to call CPS if I had concerns. So I called CPS. Law enforcement did make a welfare call, and that was it.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now in regards to my New Mexico case that actually has no relevance to the Sebastian case.
Well, okay, Chris, but if there's so much misinformation out there, now is your chance, buddy. That's what she is giving you an opportunity to do. Don't start trying to deflect and distract here. Okay. Come on now. Come on, stay on task here. Come on. Why, Chris? That's what she's asking you. If there's so much misinformation, clear the air.
Case.
Then was there even a CPS complaint against you in New Mexico?
Not that I am aware of. And my attorney and myself are well educated on my case, and there's nothing that we know of.
Was there a TRO taken out against you regarding
Yes, ma'am.
your daughter?
Not a TRO, but a TPO.
A temporary protective order. Why was that taken out?
So in regards to that case, my ex-wife had a TPO put against her in Tennessee at the time. When we went,
You know what? My kids have said this over and over again. And they say, the fact that you and dad are divorced, but y'all are and have always remained good friends and never involved us in any petty bullshit. I mean, they are so thankful. And it's because we chose to have children and we chose to separate. Has nothing to do with our children. Why would you ever stoop and be so immature and juvenile and put yourself first before your kids? People shouldn't do that. There is so much drama that Chris and his family have created for his daughter. And I'm just wondering, when she gets older, how is she really going to feel about these two right here? How is she really going to feel? You want to try to fix, manage, control other people's lives. And you can't even help your own self. Like, what is going on here? Why? Do you have to be so immature and juvenile to put your kids through the bullshit that you're putting them through? There's no telling what these kids have gone through. There should be cameras in that home. Before Sebastian went missing, should have been cameras in that home. Should have been cameras outside of that home. You work for Brinks. Are you just stuck on stupid or what? You know? And I'm sorry, that I'm getting so upset. I'm emotional about parenting and being loving and caring. You got problems with the other parent? Why would you involve the courts? Can you not be an adult and talk things out? Be an adult, Chris. Be an adult, Katie. I mean, this woman is allowing somebody to discipline her child. And I can't even call it discipline because this baby has a syndrome that is very rare. I mean, we could talk about the autism, the Asperger's, but no, this boy was born with a rare, very rare syndrome. It has to do with his brain. And you are whipping him with a belt. And you are allowing it, Katie. What is your problem? Grow up already. Grow up. And it's too late now. It's too late for Sebastian. But if I was Nina, I would keep her I would keep my daughter far away. Far away.
That got dissolved.
Hey, Lady Freedom.
I was ordered to hand my daughter back over to my ex-wife at the time. She gets in a truck. She fleds to New Mexico. 2 days later, she files one in retaliation.
Change is inevitable, unless you decide it isn't. Wild Turkey Master Distiller Jimmy Russell knew what to change over 70 years ago.
Hurts my heart for
Not
it.
a damn
It really
thing.
does.
When you know it's right, don't change a damn thing.
Is it?
I would never want I would never be with a man like him. Okay. I would never be with somebody like him. Ever.
Still in place?
My kids mean way too much to me to be with a man like that. And when I had an oops marriage, I've never had a boyfriend or a oops marriage, my ex-husband for 6 months. I would never have a man come into my life. And if my kids felt a weird vibe about somebody that I was dating, we would not be dating anymore. If my daughter said, I got the ick, we know what the ick is. That's what we call it. I got the ick. I'm not feeling it. Okay, out. Bye. We're not talking no more. Because if my kids aren't feeling the guy that I'm with, they come first. But you know what? This dude is coming first. He's coming first for her. And I call bullshit on her story and on his story. And I can have that opinion. I can have that opinion.
No, ma'am, that was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
I've got a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only.
Yeah, it's both. It's definitely both. Hey, Seth. Hope you're feeling okay, babe. He skips over hitting children and why she left. Exactly. I can't trust a thing somebody says either. No way. No way.
Time that you ever hit Sebastian with a belt.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also telling me that did not make it to CPS?
No, ma'am, that did not.
But it should have.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding Faith's furniture.
Yes,
a few days after Sebastian goes missing, did you replace furniture in Faith's room?
No, ma'am, I have not replaced any furniture in my daughter's room.
Is there any new furniture in the home?
Yes, ma'am, there's a bed that was given to me and it's currently in my garage.
Uh-huh.
Has anything been taken out of the home?
No, ma'am.
I was curious about a statement that Miss Proudfoot made earlier that canine dogs hit on the barn around the home and near a retention pond. Did that happen?
I'm not sure about the barn, but the retention pond, yes.
What barn is he talking about? What barn? What barn? She heard a barn. What barn? Rosebud says, Seth, put your feet in warm water and cold rag on the back of your neck. Drink lots of water. What barn is he talking about, y'all?
Because law enforcement says the dogs did not hit. But Miss
There's been
Proudfoot says they did hit around the retention pond.
So there's been a lot of miscommunication in regards to what is and what is not. To help clear that up, law enforcement has actually spoken directly with me, showed me a few things. What I can tell you is from day one, there was 5 dogs that started the scent for the search. And then after that, from the next 8 days out from that, there have been dogs from all over the country that have come in and done searches and had scent hits in various locations. But I would say a certain percentage of them tend to go toward the same spot, which would have been a retention pond.
So the law enforcement dogs did not hit on the retention pond. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying they did. There was at least 3 that I know for a fact that did hit on the retention pond.
And the pond has been drained, correct? And there was nothing there.
Yes, ma'am. They have walked it, drained it, and there's nothing. The retention pond was only knee deep anyways.
On one occasion, Mr. Proudfoot, you stated that you and Mrs. Proudfoot have been, quote, vetted and cleared of foul play.
That's what he said. He has said it multiple times on multiple interviews. He literally says, literally. We've been vetted and literally cleared.
That was stated on Chronicles of Olivia. Is that true? What do you mean by that?
Yes. So after working with law enforcement of all agencies, they have actually told us that there is no foul play, no nefarious issues. We've been cleared of all wrongdoing. We are working extremely cooperative with all.
We've been cleared of all wrongdoing. Really? Have you really? Because that's not what the law enforcement has told the public. Have you been cleared, Chris, of all wrongdoing? Oh, really? Huh. I mean, are you a hero in your own mind or what?
All law enforcement agencies at any point in time that they've called, come to the house, anything.
Was Sebastian angry or upset before he disappeared?
No, ma'am.
Not to my knowledge.
What is your theory about where is Sebastian?
I wish I knew where he was, to be honest.
Your theory.
To be honest, you wish you knew where your son was, to be honest. To be honest, are you not usually honest? Would you not be honest? Why would you even have to say that, Katie?
Your theory.
I think it's possible that someone has my son.
Why?
Because I feel like if he had been close to the house or had walked off, that we would found him by now with as many people as we had searching.
Have you checked his social media?
He doesn't have social media.
Have you checked his phone?
His phone has been thoroughly checked, yes, ma'am.
Have you handed your phones to police, both of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we have.
Has police searched all of your devices, your laptop, your iPad, everything?
Everything. Yes, ma'am.
Other than you, Miss Proudfoot, who is the last person?
He trotted through the twilight woods, his thick russet tail, a mark of his prime, swung with a confident
that saw or heard Sebastian alive the Sunday before he went missing?
Two of his aunts, a cousin, and the staff where we had dinner.
And that was at BJ's the night before or the bowling alley?
So BJ's, and then we went to the bowling alley, and then after the bowling alley, we went to dinner before coming home.
I want to follow up again on the dogs hitting. Earlier, Ms. Proudfoot had stated the dogs hit around the house, the barn, and at the retention pond. Is that correct?
I don't know about the barn, but I do know that they did track to the pond, yes.
Did the dogs also hit around the house?
Yes, ma'am.
On the outside of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they scent dogs or cadaver dogs?
They brought in both cadaver and tracking dogs.
Which dog hit, a cadaver dog or a scent dog?
Scent dog.
It's all been scent dogs that have hit. The cadaver dogs have not hit on anything that we know of.
What do you believe Sebastian was wearing when he disappeared? And would that have been what he slept in?
Yes. So the clothes, the black sweatpants with the white stripe.
That's what I want to know too. What barn? What barn? Barn? What barn is what? What? Are they talking about the barn across the road, across the street from the neighborhood? Like what barn? Which barn? Which one? Was it on Ward Lane? Like which barn did a dog hit on? We need to know this. What barn? And I put a link in if anybody wants to jump up on. I mean, we can, talk this out together up here, but what barn? I would be interested to know that too. For sure.
Stripes and the long sleeve black shirt. That is what he went to bed in. And the reason that I believe he was still wearing those clothes is because when we searched, I did not find those clothes in the house. So I have to assume that that's what he was still wearing.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Did you say that's what he wore when he went to bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Joining us right now, in addition to Katie Proudfoot and Chris Proudfoot, the bio mom and stepdad of Sebastian.
That's what I'm wondering too. Are they talking about the shed? When they say barn, I mean, I'm born and raised here in Tennessee. Like a barn is a barn. A shed is a shed. So what barn? What barn? Or a shed that looks like, we don't know. I mean, we don't know what they're talking about.
An all-star panel. First to Brian Trasher joining us, Vice President of the Cajun Navy, who has joined the search. Brian, thank you for being with us. Who asked you to join the search?
Well, we had deployed a team up to Nashville, Tennessee last week in response to the missing college student, Riley Strain. And we stayed up there until he was found. While we were in the area, we had a lot of people reaching out to us on social media saying that there was a young boy who had been missing for several weeks that was only about 20 miles away from where we were. So we talked to a few people, got some information, and decided to deploy part of our team that was already up there to Sumter County to investigate and see what we could do to help out.
You went on your own. Were you asked to join?
We were asked to join. I'm not sure specifically who some of our people talk to, but we get requests all the time, and we'll reach out. We'll try to get either a family member or a close friend of the family, just so we know we're talking to people connected to the family. And
yeah, that wild turkey. Ooh, way back in the day. I mean, I drank some of that turkey. I like turkey back in the day. I can't drink like that no more, though. I can't.
and somebody had reached out and asked us to join since we already had assets so close to Sumner County.
Tell me what you have been doing, Brian Trasher. Everyone with me, the VP of the Cajun Navy, who has joined in the search. You can find them at CajunNavyRelief.com. Brian, tell me what you guys have been doing.
Just we're the United Cajun Navy. We're the original group that everybody hears about. There's other groups that use the Cajun Navy name to try to fundraise off of our efforts. Cajun Navy Relief is not affiliated with us at all. We are www.unitedcajunnavy.org. We're the original. We're the real ones.
Again, what exactly have you been doing on the search?
So we've had a canine, our own canine team who is already participating in the search for Riley Strain, up there searching around. We've talked with the lead investigator with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Agent Simmons. We've talked a lot with him and.
Look at that sweet boy. I mean, where are you at, Sebastian?
Trying to coordinate efforts because we always try to coordinate with law enforcement, make sure we're not getting in the way, duplicating efforts, or putting out any.
You know what, Mr. Trasher, let me just cut the chase here. Isn't it true that this weekend, pursuant to your search, that cadaver dogs hit in an area that had been closed off because of a prior hurricane, and it is on federal property? Bones and other items were found at that time. I found that very odd as it would relate to Sebastian. Even if it was Sebastian, his body would not have been skeletonized at this time. Can you tell me now that what was found over the weekend is not connected to Sebastian? Yes, no?
No.
Not
No,
connected to Sebastian.
That hit was, yeah, that's correct. That hit was not connected to Sebastian.
Okay. Joining me also, in addition to Brian Trasher, who has been leading the Cajun Navy in its search for Sebastian. Hold on, Brian. Other than those hits, have there been any other dog hits in and around the home or elsewhere?
Not from our canine team.
One of them hottie toddies. I mean, it's really good. It's really good to help sleep. It's good to help with any type of, I would think, any type of cold, you know. I know I was giving them when I was a kid, the honey, the whiskey, you know.
I'm very concerned, Brian, as you can imagine, because LE law enforcement has stated there were no canine hits outside the home, which I find very, very disturbing. Because if he had gone outside, particularly barefoot, there would definitely have been a scent trail.
I mean, that's what we're saying. There definitely would have been a trail. They would have found him by now. Sebastian would be found with all the dogs, with all the searchers. I mean, right?
Now, we're hearing from the Proudfoots that there was a hit around that retention pond. How far is that pond from your home, Mr. Proudfoot?
Change is inevitable, unless you decide it isn't. Wild Turkey Master Distiller Jimmy Russell knew what to change over 70 years ago. Not a damn thing.
When you know it's right, don't change a damn thing.
Less than probably half a mile if you walk the whole path.
Is it through wooded area? Would he have had to walk through the woods to get there?
No, ma'am. You can actually walk either the main road or the subdivision. So the construction site is a subdivision, new addition that's being built, and they have a road that's going to.
I just want to stop it right here, and I want to tell you guys that when I first started this live, I talked about and I showed the Nina interview, a little bit of it, and she spoke on a time when she was served a protective order, and it was served by a lawyer, a friend of Kathy's, and her name is Patty. She said, Patty, Kathy's friend, who is a lawyer. So I want to make sure, because tomorrow when I do a live, I'm going to be showing Seth interviews, and we're going to compare them with his statements, what his perception of it is. The character, look, the character of Chris and Katie and Seth. Nina knew that there was a plan being made against her. She knew that there was a plan. There was a knock on the door. This woman went from Hendersonville all the way. This lawyer, friend of Kathy's, Patty, went all the way from Hendersonville to Albuquerque, New Mexico, to serve a protection order. This is something that I think we need to focus on, because there's money being hidden. There's money being hidden. I'm going over the character. I want to show the character of the parents.
Going to be tied into our subdivision, so you could actually walk up that way, or you could walk to the main road and walk into it.
Did Sebastian ever sleepwalk?
No, ma'am.
So he would have had to leave the house undetected by Katie and walk all the way to that retention pond. Did the dogs follow the trail a half a mile?
Yes, ma'am.
They followed the trail all the way to that retention pond?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
That's very curious, as they are saying the dogs didn't pick anything up.
Did you hear that? They're saying that the dogs didn't pick anything up. So let's go back. Hold on. Let's see because Nancy's on it. I mean, she's making an assessment here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
That's very curious, as they are saying the dogs didn't pick anything up.
Because they are saying that the dogs didn't pick anything up.
Back to you, Brian Trasher. Did you guys search anywhere other than that federal property where the false positive was? Yes, no?
No.
Joining me is Courtney Lasky, high-profile behavior analyst, autism expert.
Yeah, I'm not really buying that, Scarlett. Hey, honey. I haven't seen the Rich and Ruby. The dog handler released some new 3 a.m. pics yesterday. I'm not really I really don't watch Rich and Ruby for a bunch of reasons, and mainly because I don't find the information credible. Not to say that you can't watch, you shouldn't watch them or anything like that. I'm just saying I don't personally think that is credible information. Exactly, Paige. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Lady Freedom. He's probably not, he's not a dog handler.
Chief Clinical Officer with Little Starts Therapy. Courtney, thank you for being with us. At this juncture, we know Sebastian to be most likely with people he doesn't know, if in fact he is still alive. How would that affect a young boy with autism?
Now, this girl, Courtney, this behavioral analyst, she is the fact that when she heard about Chris, because she's been on other panels talking about Sebastian. And when Courtney heard about when she gives her, opinion about the belt, it breaks her heart. It literally, you can tell it just breaks her heart, Bonjour, seclusion works. Hi, Ken.
It would affect him greatly. Based on the diagnosis.
Yeah, Scarlett, we're not trying to like, sway you or anything. We're just telling you our experience. We're just telling you the experience that we've had.
Of autism, we know that they typically have deficits with communication, social skills, and they display some rigid and repetitive behaviors.
Look at that sweet face. Look at that.
If, in fact, he is with someone else who does not know him well, that would be entirely out of his routine. He could be engaging in behaviors that he hasn't engaged in before. He could be looking for an.
She said he could be engaging in behavior that he has never done before. And so that is the thing when we are dealing with, when we are dealing with, hey, Trishy, honey, good to see y'all. Hey, Diane. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That we have taken dogs. All I can do is say that the experience that I've had, there's been no hits on Worsham Storage. None. Zero zilch. We went through this earlier. We're talking about Rich and Ruby. Seclusion works. But when you have an autistic child, a child that is, I wouldn't say, I think that they're gifted. I think that these children are gifted in various ways. They're not all alike, but I do think that when you are coming down on them, or you're switching up that routine, I think that the behavior, and that is, look, I noticed that with my children and they don't have autism. I would say, okay, we need to regroup. We need to regroup. We need to spend some time together. Y'all are acting out. You need time with me. I need time with y'all. I think we need to come together. We need to regroup. You can tell your children's behavior when things are out of routine. But when you have a child that's got autism, 6q27 chromosome deletion, then this is a very rare syndrome. So, it's affecting the brain. You have to be careful how you speak to them, how you got to be a lot more nurturing, And that's my opinion.
Escape. He could be looking to get out of those aversive situations.
Like, it should be common sense. We shouldn't even need a behavioral analyst. We shouldn't need, that should be common sense, but common sense ain't so common for people like Christopher Proudfoot. Common sense would tell you that you don't talk to a woman in the way that he does.
We know that not every autistic individual will wander, but those who do wander, 36%, it's to get out of an aversive situation. It's to get away from something that's overwhelming or overstimulating to them.
Ms. Proudfoot, does he know your phone number? Can he call you if he could get access to a phone?
Did you know the SAT and ACT score your test completely differently? And the difference is wild. The ACT is...
We have gone over my phone number. I don't know that in a high stress time he would remember it, but yes, I have taught him my phone number.
Was he ever allowed to go visit friends' homes?
He didn't get invited, but had he been, yes, we have had play dates in the past.
Would he go there on foot?
No, ma'am.
Joining me now is Lauren Conlon, investigative journalist, host of the Outlier podcast, host of Corruption, What Happened to Grant Solomon, and you can find her at laurenconlon.com. Lauren, thank you.
With What Happened to Grant Solomon.
So much for being with us. what can you tell me about that stretch of road, if anything, between Sebastian's home and that retention pond?
Well, look, Nancy, I mean, I think like everything else about this case, it is very confusing because the public hasn't heard much from the police. We haven't heard much from the Proudfoots, obviously, when it comes to that, or.
No, it's confusing because the stories are different, honey. Once we get home with Sebastian, everything is different. We've got different stories. There is so much distraction and confusion, and that it's on purpose, in my opinion.
Seth Rogers. And now I'm learning a lot here as I hear Chris Proudfoot say, okay, we can't speak about this because of law enforcement. And now with the Cajun Navy coming in, I think a lot of us are very excited that they are going to basically canvass this road. And they are actually telling civilians to hang back. Nobody needs to search this anymore. You need to stop. You need to stop helping and let us work with law enforcement and take over. Now, I called the Sumner County Sheriff's Office yesterday because of all the misinformation going around. And I got to be honest with you, they didn't even know what was going on with this road, with the recreation search. They were either very elusive or they were very confused. But either way, it's very concerning because the people, as well as myself, I don't live in Tennessee. I cover a lot of Tennessee. We are very concerned for Sebastian. We are very concerned. And so,
okay, so let me just stop you right there, Miss Conlon. Miss Conlon, everyone is concerned, but let me remind everyone that law enforcement is under no duty at all to tell us or anybody else, including the Proudfoots, anything. They are not representing the Proudfoots. They are representing justice, and they will do what they have to do. The fact that they're not giving us a blow by blow is their business. Does it mean they're stymied? I don't know. Does it mean they know more than we think they do? I don't know the answer to that. But just because they're not releasing an ongoing investigative file is not a concern to me. At this juncture, I am collecting facts in the best way I know how. Now, regarding that route from the Proudfoot home to the retention pond, is it your understanding, Lauren Conlon, that there were no hits by scent or cadaver dogs along that route?
correct, Nancy. It is.
Okay, so this is what is so important. When Nancy said to Chris, they said there were no hits. They said there were no hits. Were there hits or not? Were there hits or not on the retention pond? So now we're getting a no. Now we're getting a no. And Nancy is saying, I want to deal with facts.
Is my understanding there were no hits from the dogs.
Period. There were no hits from the dogs. Do y'all need to hear that again? Do we need to hear that again?
Regarding that route from the Proudfoot home to the retention pond, is it your understanding, Lauren Conlon, that there were no hits by scent or cadaver dogs along that route?
Correct, Nancy. It is my understanding there were no hits from the dogs.
It is very confusing. It's confusing. You know, sometimes, Lauren, when we try to put together a puzzle, but we're missing a few pieces and we don't know what piece we're missing, you can't put the puzzle together. We're missing.
And I feel like that's on purpose. Look, that it's on purpose. We can't put the pieces of the puzzle together when the stories are all conflicting. Right?
We're missing things from this puzzle. And right now, I'm on a fact-finding mission. I am pointing the finger at no one because I want to find Sebastian. I want to go to Dr. Jory Clausen joining me. And guys, again, please, Proudfoots, Trasher, Lasky, Conlon, jump in if you have a thought or you want to contradict, because a lot of this is...
Yeah, basically what Nancy is saying is, look, Chris, you said that there was a hit. Jump in. Tell us where we're wrong. We got Lauren saying no hits. Nancy is under the understanding that there has been no hits. But Chris is saying and has maintained there were hits on the retention pond.
It's elusive. We don't know everything. To you, Jory Clausen, joining us, former law enforcement, now faculty, St. Leo University, very well known psychologist and author of Operation SOS. You can find him at drjory.com. Dr. Jory, thank you for being with us. Many people have made much of the fact that when interviewed, the Proudfoots do not look at the camera, they look away, they don't cry, and they don't.
She's saying this. I love it.
Seem upset. Now, that may or may not mean anything. People can be very upset, crying, screaming, cursing. They may show no emotion at all. They may be numb by the time interviews are happening. I'm very different. When I talk about my fiance's murder or I talk about my dad's death, I still cry, even when I swear I'm not going to. But everyone reacts differently. I'm going to throw...
I still do too. I still do too. My stepson, who died of leukemia in 99, it's hard for me to talk about him. I'm very, very emotional. My stepdaughter, Skylar, who passed at 17. I mean, they were kids. I watched them take their last breath. It's very hard to talk about them. That's why I do what I do. Because I have closure. Parents of the missing don't.
This directly to Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot. Much has been made. I'll ask you.
Change is inevitable, unless you decide it isn't. Wild Turkey Master Distiller Jimmy Russell knew what to change over 70 years ago.
Turkey was
Not a
that good?
damn thing.
When you know it's right, don't change a damn thing.
You very often look away, don't look at who's asking you questions, show no emotion. Much has been made of that, and I'd like to hear your response. I'm not judging one way or the other. I'd like to hear your response.
To the fact that...
Oh, you don't, oh, shoot. You don't have to settle down. You don't have to settle down.
Not looking at the camera all the time is because a picture of my son is sitting beside me, and I'm looking at him. As far as the crying thing, I have been crying off and on nonstop for a month.
Have you really? Have you, Katie? This man has been with you and your son 8 years. He doesn't act like he's missing Sebastian. You don't look like you're missing Sebastian. Y'all are talking about him. if you're looking at a picture, feel free to show us that picture. Ask the public to help you find your son.
Many people have asked me, why did Miss Proudfoot not call 911 immediately? And here's your chance to answer that.
Because by the time I realized my son was missing and I called my husband, at that point I was hysterical. I was at the point where I couldn't even form words anymore, and my husband is the one who remained calm enough to call them.
And to be honest with you, Miss Grace.
And to be honest with you, she says that too. Chris, you and your girl, y'all say to be honest a little bit too much. I've been around, and when I hear to be honest, why do y'all say that so much? To be honest.
The way we live outside of city limits, so you don't call 911 because you get routed to a dispatching hub who asks what's your location.
You didn't call 911 because it wasn't an emergency to you.
And then they route you to another dispatcher to talk to give this story. I cut all of that out and I called straight to the sheriff's department because they have jurisdiction of where we live. So sorry that I decided to bypass a few steps and go straight to the source, where they responded within 10 minutes of the phone call being made.
Miss Proudfoot, that evening, were you drinking?
No, ma'am.
Had you used any type of drug at all, even OTC, over the counter?
No, ma'am.
And you had no argument with Sebastian that night?
No, ma'am.
You stated you put the dogs away into a crate before.
I wonder if they did do a test. I wonder if she did have to take a drug test. I'm just wondering. Yeah, to be honest, he's about to tell
Before
a
you went to bed. Is the crate located near the exit, near a door?
No, ma'am.
Would the dogs have barked if there had been an intruder or if Sebastian had left?
The dogs don't typically bark at me and Sebastian.
Exactly. Diane, if it was an emergency, they would have called 911. I would still call 911.
Because they're used to us. Even if we get up, we come around, they don't typically bark. Strangers, they do tend to bark, at least for a minute or two to get attention. But no, ma'am, they don't typically bark at Sebastian and myself or Christopher.
What kind of dogs are they?
Morkies.
Question, where is their crate located?
In the area near my sunroom.
Over by the
In
kitchen.
your son's, okay, hold on. Is
No,
it
son,
outside your
son.
son's room?
No, ma'am, not
Sunroom.
Sebastian's room. Son, yeah, yes, ma'am.
The sunroom. And that's not near the door?
No, ma'am.
Not near the front door.
It's near my back door, but not any of the other doors.
Yes, from what I've seen the layout of the home, it is near the back door, and they would have heard someone coming in and out that back door, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
No barking. Do you have a chime or anything?
Dogs and no barking. No barking. So, okay, so we have no hit on the retention pond. That's what Nancy said. She was told there was no hit on the retention pond. I mean, Chris is saying that there was. Nancy's saying there was not a hit on the retention bond. I mean, Fish Stick says that, that the dog was going that way and da da da. Nancy is saying she has been told that there was no hit. And, it's almost like we have all these professionals since Sebastian's been missing. We have all of these professionals that are telling us that there is something up with these two, that they aren't quite being honest, that there's truth that is not coming to us for some reason. And that reason would be because they would know, they would have some type of information that they are withholding. This has been the most unusual missing child case. No emotion. We got custody files. We got CPS. There is things that there's red flags, one right after the other. I'm just wanting to show the character, because I think that the character here and the character, we've got to compare characters. This is the home. It's this home that Sebastian went missing from. So we got two parents that are thriving, conniving with the courts, with Seth, with Bullhorn Betty, with Nina. They love to be in court. They like dealing with attorneys and being in court and trying to fix, man, and control other people's lives. They want to distract. This is so distracting. Everything that Chris says and that Katie says is a distraction because it's all over the place. Where's the truth here? Seth said that he was locked in a garage. There's cameras everywhere in a jail. There's cameras in the garage. You can't leave the garage, come out of the garage. You can't do any of that without being known. I mean, everything is legit in a jail. You're not going to be able to bypass nothing. Katie is the last one to be with her son. He's not a runner. He doesn't run out. She doesn't know why he left that house. She's asked if he could be at a neighbor's house. She never really responds to that question. It's because she knew that he wasn't at a neighbor's house. I mean, that's why she skipped over that question.
On your doors that would alert you to the door opening?
No, ma'am.
Miss Grace, could I jump in for something?
Yes, please. And I want to follow up with a question regarding Miss.
Yeah, Chris, here she comes. Here she comes, buddy. And look at her. Here she comes.
Proudfoot's polygraph. But please, Lauren, jump in. Everybody on the panel. Now is the time to ask the Proudfoots any question that may shed light on what has happened to Sebastian. We are not in a judging arena. We are in a fact-finding arena. We can then assimilate the facts and make deductions. Please jump in. Lauren Conlon.
We can assimilate the facts. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we need to be doing. What are the facts? Don't just believe anything. Okay? He said, she said. What are the facts? We're coming into 2 years, man. This is ridiculous.
Is
Yes.
joining me. You can find her at Lauren Emily Conlon. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And now this might be for Brian as well. Yesterday, when the dogs hit and everybody's going crazy, YouTubers, internet, TikTokers, and we figure out it's not Sebastian and police are not involved, the TBI is not involved. Did you call the Proudfoots and let them know that this was not Sebastian? Did you tell them ahead of time that you were searching these areas? Did they know what you were doing, or was this specifically just through Seth Rogers?
Yeah, so Seth Rogers is Sebastian's biological father, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
he was there, and as Ms. Grace alluded to earlier, it would not have been typical or possibly even probable that he could have skeletonized after only a few weeks. So I'm not sure about the Proudfoots, but his father definitely did know. I also wanted to echo what Miss Nancy said earlier about the police. One of the reasons we got called in, there was a lot of social media personalities reaching out to us, kind of complaining that they didn't feel like the police were doing enough. But really, it's just what Miss Nancy said. It's that they're not under obligation to give daily or every other day updates. They are doing an investigation. We have been in very close contact.
When you watch Chris, you can see he is perturbed. I'm listening to what this guy's got to I'm listening to what he's got to say, but when I look at Chris, you can tell he's perturbed. He's just not happy.
Contact with TBI, and I can tell everybody with 100% certainty they are on top of it. They are not letting their foot off the gas at all on the search for Sebastian or trying to find out what happened to him. The YouTubers and TikTokers that
build a website you love with Wix, where your words
do live stream probably do the most harm. We appreciate the attention that they bring to things, but when you do a live stream, you don't have any control over what gets seen by potentially the entire world. So we would, we can't.
And we remember that, right? We remember, all of us that have been on the case since day one. I mean, y'all remember when this homeless person was found, it was already skeletonized. Sebastian wouldn't have been in that state if that were him. So they already knew that it wasn't him. But the dog did hit. And that's what dogs should do. They should. A trained cadaver dog, especially with a good handler, is going to hit. And when they do, you're going to find decomposition.
Tell people what not to do. They have free speech. It's their own accounts they're using. Not helpful to do live streams during searches like that. If you want to do it, do a video that you could potentially edit later, so that we cut down on the amount of misinformation. That's why social media is not necessarily a house. We go in and do search and rescue. You have to trust the process, like we do. We trust law enforcement is going to have this wrapped up probably very soon.
Brian, however, I want to make sure that you are not encouraging citizen sleuths to stop looking, because I've had many cases where we put out the warning and they actually spot a missing person. I mean, I only have to point to Gabby Petito, whose remains were found in dispersed camping way out west by a citizen who had heard about the case. So, sometimes their information is wrong, but there is no way in HELL that I would ask them to stop. And I know that's not where you're headed. Yeah.
No, we don't want them to stop. Matter of fact, it was 2 citizen sleuths that found Riley Strain's bank card out by the bank of the Cumberland River in Nashville. So,
and we remember who that was.
Like I said, they do provide a service.
The spokesperson for Chris Proudfoot.
My only suggestion was maybe not doing live stream, maybe just video, and then you can edit and post later. Just a suggestion.
Hey guys, I don't want to see anything edited. I want to see the whole thing. No edits, no airbrushing, the real deal. But that's just me. I want to go back to Katie Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother, Miss Proudfoot. What questions were you asked during your polygraph?
I was asked if I knew where my son was. I was asked if I hurt him. I was asked if I had hurt someone, among a few other questions.
And Mr. Proudfoot, you have volunteered to take a poly?
Yes, ma'am.
So if she was asked if she knew where he was, I mean, obviously polygraphs are not going, I mean, serial killers have passed them, right? But if she, let's just say that she was telling the truth. She doesn't know where he is. She didn't harm him. You know, Chris, remember, he said that he passed with flying colors, but his interview with Nerdy says different. There was issues with his polygraph. We know that Seth went to sleep, but I can say without a shadow of a doubt that I've seen the man sit down and go straight to snoring. I've been on the phone with him snoring. We'll be talking 1 minute, the next minute he's snoring. If he sits down, my son is, I mean, you know, people are just that way. Once they sit down, they get comfortable, they may go to sleep. And Seth was on medication. He was in a lot of pain. So Chris is different. You know, this is different. But what if she is telling the truth? What if the plan involves her not knowing? I don't think that myself, my opinion, I don't think that. I'm just thinking out loud here. But what if, you know, what if she doesn't know where he's at? What if she didn't harm him? What if the mama and the baby, Christopher, had a plan? Like they had a plan with Nina to serve her papers, protection order from the attorney Patty in Hendersonville, Kathy's BFF. She may not know
If I
what
were to
they were
set
doing.
up a poly for you, would you take it?
I don't, you know,
Shit.
oh shit, what happened?
Change is
Oh
inevitable,
my God.
unless you decide it isn't. Wild Turkey Master Distiller Jimmy Russell knew what to change over 70 years ago. Not a damn thing.
When you know it's right, don't change a damn thing.
I'm simply
trying to get back here.
Miss Grace, could I jump
Question.
in for something?
Yes, please. And I want to follow up with a question
Yes.
regarding whose remains were found in
Change is inevitable, unless you decide it isn't. Wild Turkey Master Distiller Jimmy Russell knew what to change over 70 years ago. Not a damn thing.
When you know it's right, don't change a damn thing.
And things of that nature threaten to be out.
Would say the same thing. I mean, it's a conspiracy. The way that we look at the sky and we see that there's a fixed star, Algol. The ancients knew, we know, we have learned after many, many thousands of years that there is a degree, there is this Taurus field that is nothing but a conspiracy. And that is where Sebastian descends with relationships. It's a conspiracy. This shit is a conspiracy. Big time. Big time. It's amazing that Chris and Katie have come this far and they're not wearing orange yet. Yeah, this case does make you want to drink some turkey.
Outside of our house, all kinds of nasty things. So we're not disclosing our location at this time, unless you're law
Ms.
enforcement.
Proudfoot, is
or
that
you need to
one
know.
of the reasons you left the home?
One of them, yes, ma'am.
Is it? Are you scared, Katie? Are you scared? You know how to work a firearm. Are you really that scared? That you would leave where your son could be coming home Are you really waiting on him to walk through that door? They said that they were waiting on him to walk through the door. They're not. They're not here. They're not here waiting on them to walk in the door. They're not waiting on Sebastian to walk in that door. If you were to have a missing child and you leave that home, I would think, and I'm going to judge you, and I'm going to think that you know that your child's not coming home. If you leave the home that your child went missing from, you know they are not coming home. You know it. Why would you leave, Katie? Why are you leaving the house that your son went missing from? How can you do that? No way. There's no way that I would ever leave that house waiting on my child to come back home, waiting on a phone call. I can't imagine what Sebastian has had to go through. I really can't.
Question to you guys. When police came in and processed your home, did they look with, for instance, luminol? Did they check? What did they do when they searched your home?
They thoroughly searched my home with many different things. They removed some things for the dogs.
Luminol. Yes or no? Did they use luminol, Katie?
To hold the scent, and for Sebastian's DNA, I know that they used thermal
Night imagery.
night vision. Thank you. And I don't know exactly all of the tools that they used, but I do know that multiple different searches were done on my home by many different people, detectives, sheriffs, and a few others.
Yeah,
Even
I'm
the
not gonna.
dogs.
I wouldn't swear that the forensics folks showed up or not because there were so many folks in and out of the house that it was just, "Hi, I'm so and so with law enforcement. I'm so and so with law enforcement." Okay.
Every time they've said we need to look, or please do.
Does
so then you know that your child wasn't harmed in that home. This is what makes me feel like Sebastian is alive. It feels like a game to Chris, especially. He shows that in his behavior. Somebody like him isn't going to be able to hide his emotions. He is very emotional. He can't hide it. He can't even control his emotions. That's why he was having to go and take classes for high conflict behavior. I don't think that this is showing us, none of what I've seen today is showing us that Sebastian is deceased. I think that they know where he's at. Yeah, a facade.
Sebastian have a hardwood floor or a carpeted floor?
In his bedroom,
Carpet.
Yes. Carpeting.
Carpet.
Did they remove any carpeting?
No, ma'am.
Do you feel confident they searched his bathroom?
They did.
Yes, ma'am, they did.
When you state that they removed items for the scent dogs, what did they take?
Clothing, a blanket that he used like every day, and a few other items of his, toiletries, like a his brush.
Lauren Collin joining us, investigative journalist. Lauren, again, thank you for being with us. And earlier you were hearing sound from WSMV4. I understand you have another question.
Oh, no, I mean, I guess I didn't.
So what's interesting is Mama Marissa about this is why she says this is why I say Sebastian didn't go home after Texas Roadhouse. Well, when I look at this Patty, this lawyer friend of Kathy's, when I look at her on the map, it makes more sense leaving the Texas Roadhouse. It makes more sense leaving the Texas Roadhouse. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Quite get the clarity I wanted, in the sense that, did the Proudfoots know that this search was going on with the Cajun Navy? Were they being called? Were you guys being alerted about this? Did you hear from a YouTuber that they found something, that the the search dog started jumping? Or, were you just kind of blind to all of this? Just, over in your corner doing your search?
No, ma'am. So here, to set that record straight and help the United Cajun Navy. So somebody's got a picture out there saying that we are enjoying a dinner when we're actually out there, got flyers at a dinner table because we need to eat. My wife was on the phone with the Cajun Navy. That's how the Cajun Navy was brought in. And we talked to the president of the United Cajun Navy. He put us in touch with their team that was here locally in Nashville. Then that young lady reached back out to us, gave us some more information. We gave her some more details. Then they said they would start a search, but we also had them get in direct contact with the TBI agent, as well as Sumner County's Sheriff's Department. We provided all that information. They reached out to them, got some information. They pushed outside of the areas that had been searched already, conducted a search. Somehow or another, they linked up with the bio father, who supposedly got a tip from somewhere. Whether or not it was credible or not, we don't know. But it led them to searching on federal property without permission, which is where we have been informed at some point that there was allegedly a hit on something, but turned out to be nothing. And they were asked to leave the property immediately, or the cops are going to be called, because it was trespassing based off of a tip that the bio father received.
Yeah, to Brian Trasher, VP of Cajun Navy, let's clear it up. Isn't it true this is on federal property that had been closed off? It was a hurricane site earlier.
And get in direct contact.
I think we need to go back over this for just a second. I want to tell you guys something. When I first met Seth, after his son went missing, Jeff was with me. He can attest. Seth spoke to people the day one that I met him. He was getting calls left and right. And all of those phone calls were on speaker. All of them. And they still are. When I'm around Seth, and I do the same thing. When I answer the phone, I've got you on speaker, because I don't want to hold the phone up to my ear. The United Cajun Navy was working more with Seth, because he was boots on the ground. People can say what they want to about Seth not searching and all this stuff, and he only searched 4 times of this. That's not true. That's not true at all. None of that is true. That is not fact. I'm a witness. Jeff's a witness. We got witnesses. He has witnesses. The United Cajun Navy, I heard them say to Seth, that they were getting all kinds of threats. They were being bullied. I want you to look at this case in hindsight now. We've been, Sebastian's been missing for quite a while now. And when you look back, and you can look just like yesterday, when you look in hindsight, who is the bully? Who would bully? Who hooks up with bullies? Who is on the panel with bullies? Who needs to get some act right?
With the TBI agent, as well as Sumter County's Sheriff's Department, we provided all that information. They reached out to them, got some information. They pushed outside of the areas that had been searched already, conducted a search. Somehow or another, they linked up with the bio father, who supposedly got a tip.
The bio father. No, it's his dad. It's his father. Seth. That's his name, Chris. Look at her. She would sit there at Cluminati's house with this man dressing up as her ex-husband and making fun of her child's father. Maturity, I don't see it. I don't see the maturity here. I don't see grown folk that is deserving of sitting at the grown folk table.
From somewhere, whether or not it was credible or not, we don't know. But it led them to searching on federal property without permission, which is where we have been informed at some point that there was allegedly a hit on something, but turned out to be nothing. And they were asked to leave the property immediately, or the cops are going to be called, because it was trespassing based off of a tip that the bio father received.
Yeah, to bring
him. He wants to show his true color so bad. Don't he? Don't he? He wants to try. Look. I mean, it's not just me. I can see. I know y'all see it. Look at him. He wants to show his true colors.
Then they said they would start a search, but we also had them get in direct contact with the TBI agent, as well as Sumter County's Sheriff's Department. We provided all that information. They reached out to them, got some information. They pushed outside of the areas that had been searched already, conducted a search. Somehow or another, they linked up with the bio father, who supposedly got a tip from somewhere. Whether or not it was credible or not, we don't know. But it led them to searching on federal property without permission, which is where we have been informed.
Without permission, is it just, I mean, does it hurt your feelings? Exactly. If there was a hit on something, then it is something. Is he mad? Private property. They didn't ask for permission. And I'm trying to control this, and it's out of my control. And now they're working with Seth. They're not working with me. And I'm just mad. I'm a little baby boy.
At some point that there was allegedly a hit on something, but turned out to be nothing. And they were asked to leave the property immediately, or the cops are going to be called, because it was trespassing based off of a tip that the bio.
Yes, they were. And I was not happy that they were chased away, Carla. How do you have Navy? Here's the thing, okay? I'm just going to call it like I see it. You got Navy in your name, and you're gonna put your tail between your legs and you're gonna run off like a little scaredy cat? I have no respect for the United Cajun Navy now. I just don't. And that's my opinion. I have the right to my opinion and how I feel about it. When they told Seth, I'm sitting right there. Well, we're just receiving all these threats and blah, 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 and we're scared and we've got to go. We've got people to protect. I get that. You got people to protect. Don't call yourself Cajun Navy. I mean, they should be contracted for stuff like this. I'm thinking, Navy, Warriors. I don't know. It just doesn't set right with me. I've never gotten one threat. And it's a good thing that I haven't gotten threatened. I mean, it's a good thing. Diane, I totally agree with you, girl. He's not just an embarrassment, but a total disgrace, in my opinion. A disgrace. Is this how he was raised? Yeah. But she likes it. She was there. No, she was there. She was there when he did it. Clue has let that out. She was there. She was there when he did it. She co-signed it. She co-signed it. She co-signs everything. She co-signs it. Yeah, I know. There was no report, but that's what they were saying. It was the day that I went. Remember, Jeff? If you're still in the chat, Jeff, I mean, you were there. You heard it. Chris was so excited about all the interviews that he was setting up. This person's going to talk to him. That person's going to talk to him. This person's going to talk to him. And all the while, he's getting another phone call back. Right after that, hey, we're getting threats. Like, people out here are wilding. And it's because of Chris Proudfoot. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Because he has, and when you're in the presence of Seth, you're going to hear him talk on the phone. I mean, unless it's his private investigator. Because believe it or not, Chris is going to call everybody. Mouth of the South, he's going to call everybody with things. But Seth is going to hold, he's like the law enforcement. He's going to hold it close to his chest, and he should. And let's just, while we're at it, while I'm at it, okay? While I'm at it, let me just say this. Can anybody that's in the chat, even in the bushes, you cowards, if you can find a child, another child that he has had by one of his ex-wives, do your research. Do your research. And tell me if one of those ex-wives that he has, because we know that Chris told Nina, per Nina's statement, per her testimony, that he asked her to abort their daughter. Do you think that he's asked anybody else who didn't? He is so full of it. look into those ex-wives, do your research, and y'all come and tell me if you can find that there is or isn't another child that he has had. I wouldn't want, if I was an ex, I definitely would not want him around my baby, no matter how old. I would want to protect. No matter how old my kid is, I'd want to protect him, from her, from this toxicity. When you're taking your child's mother back and forth to court constantly and just being a bully and being harassing, because that's the way I feel that he's been with Seth. And that's my opinion because I have the right to it, and I want to express myself with this Texana stuff and him being a witness to something that he I don't know how he would be a witness to. Why he was spending his energy coming into court to sue Seth, Sebastian's father, for $20,000. I can't imagine doing that to Josh, to Jessica, to Jeremy's mother. Me and Patsy didn't always agree on things, but wow, I could never imagine. What would her children think about me? And does Katie not wonder what his daughter thinks about her? Taking her mother, her safety, her comfort, trying to take that away from her? How scary. And then having to go to a home where you're not sure if you're going to end up going missing or not. What is up here? Can we just really come to the grown folk table and talk about things that we really do think about? It's heartbreaking. I can't imagine putting my kids through so much trauma, wondering. I mean, she has a home. This little girl has siblings. She has grandparents. She has cousins. And you're trying to take her away from that safety and that comfort? What kind of parents are y'all? And who is going to co-sign this bullshit? All the creators that is co-signing this? I'm so sad for humanity to think that y'all are going to, not y'all in the chat, but y'all know who I'm talking about. This little boy, this little girl has feelings. They need to be nurtured and cared for and feel like that they are safe. This little girl. And then what if, look, zero amount of people have come to their aid for their character, who have talked about how great of people that they are. After all of this time, where are all the people that are supporting them as parents? And thousands, Diane, thousands. That's why I'm so sad with humanity, because I see thousands in their chat. They don't care about Sebastian. They don't care about the missing. They don't care about true crime. They really don't. The proof is always in the pudding. Your actions speak louder than words, honey. Your actions are going to speak so much louder to me. And I won't have no respect for you. None. And I'm going to call it out. The truth will set you free. And these two, the truth will set you free. The fact that this mother would put another little girl, a little girl, she's been that little girl before. She's been that little girl. And you know you have, Katie. Seeking, nurturing, safety, comfort. And this little girl that is not your daughter, you are trying to get control of. And you can't even get control of your own self. Sebastian deserves so much better. Every child deserves parents that are going to provide safety and comfort. Nina has other children. Her daughter and these children are siblings. They have been raised together. Why do you want to rip her from all of that? Because you and your mom have a plan with her friend that is a lawyer, Patty? Because you want to be vindictive? Because you want to hurt and harm? Why? Why? Where are your ex-wives talking about your great character? Do you have any more kids, Chris? Is there another kid out there? Can you tell us that? Do they not want to have anything to do with you? I've got questions. I'm just asking because I don't know. I'm wondering, though, if he does have any other kids. Mr. Strict, Mr. Chris, Miss Katie. Do y'all know if he has any other kids from these wives? We know that he was wanting to abort. Could you imagine being told and hearing that when you get older that, your dad didn't want you? But yet his Facebook profile picture is of him and his little baby. And why would he not want children? If that is true, what Nina said, if that's true, why wouldn't he want you? I mean, why? Is it because of his behavior? I'll text you, Mama Marissa. I will definitely text you, sis. With all the things that I think we need to be talking about. I don't know. But when I tell you these things via text, hell, I'll probably call you. I like to talk. I'll talk all night about Sebastian. And it's not just the things I think that we need to talk about, me and you, of course, with maybe possibly another child. But I want you to research where we could find the money. Because if Sebastian is alive and he is being taken care of, then we need to be talking about and thinking about offshore accounts. How can you launder to take care of a child for years without getting caught? Well, the point is that he didn't have any children. Most people, you know, these days aren't married. Doesn't mean that you know, need to abort. I'm just thinking out loud here because if he does have other children, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, he has had 5 wives, right? Is it 4 or 5? No, he's had 4. Let's see. Who was there? There was Vanessa, Rachel. Y'all help me out here. I'm trying to think. So we've got his current wife, Katie. He's got Rachel, Vanessa, Vanessa. There's that other girl that lives in Hendersonville. I'm trying to remember her name. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to remember their names. I'm stumped here. We got Rachel, Katie, Vanessa. I'm missing 2. Nina. And then who was the other one? Who was the other one? It was that girl. Oh my gosh. I remember asking Seth to call her, but I cannot remember her name. I cannot remember her name. And she is more the one that I asked. No, it was okay. So I've got Rachel, Vanessa, Katie, Nina, and then there's one more. There's one more, right? I'd have to look on my map. I'd have to look on my map to try to find her because I know where about she lives. I'm just trying to remember her name. But anyway, after you have that many wives, right? You've got Katie. We know Katie didn't, produce with him. We know that Nina did. Rachel did not. But what about Vanessa? Stephanie. Thank you, Sassy. Yes. Was it Stephanie? Hold on. I can't look at my map right now. I'm not even going to do it. Because then I'm going to be looking at the map and talking about it. Yeah, so many wives we can't keep up. But I mean, if he did ask Nina to abort, then I mean, if that's true, and he did ask her to do that, well, did he ask somebody else to do it and they didn't? I mean, it just makes me wonder. It just makes me wonder. Sarah. Oh, y'all are going to make me pull up the map. Is it Sarah? God, where's Seth when we need him? Yes, Sassy, please open it up. Open that spreadsheet up, girl. Come on. Wake up. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Come on. It seemed like it could be, maybe it is Stephanie. No, maybe not, Carla. Okay, maybe not. Okay, let's play the tape here. What if one of the women didn't want him to be a part of the life at all? at all. Maybe not. Maybe she had a good man with her, helping her raise that baby, and did not want him involved at all. Could you imagine a smart woman like that? I mean, come on. It's possible. It's just possible. I don't know. I don't know, but it's possible. I'd like to know. It isn't any of our business. It really isn't any of our business. But when we have a missing kid and it comes out to the public, we make it our business. We do. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. We do. Yeah, the child rearing. Yeah. The child rearing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it is. Yeah. Stephanie Lee Sotka, married in California. Married in California. Yep. Yep. There it is. And we just got to ask ourselves these type of questions because when we're because these lives that I'm doing today and tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm going to be talking about Seth. We're looking at character. We're looking at stories, things that were said, the different interviews. And I mean, I think it's important because it does show concern. I think so too. Because we have a missing child. Okay, so Sebastian is missing. So the way that Chris, the way that he is, the way that Nina describes him is aggressive with her children. And then when she has their daughter, who she says that he didn't want. Well, now all of a sudden, he's trying to take what he didn't want away. Vindictive. That's being vindictive. Sarah Vanessa Binkley, Stephanie Lee Sotka, and then Rachel Marie Jackson. Where are these ex-wives? Why are they not just saying he's a great guy? He was a great dad to my kids, if they have kids. He was a great person to be around. He's wonderful. He would never do that. He would never do anything. Where are they? Where are the people standing up for Katie and Chris's character? Holy shoot. Vanessa would be another. Well, no, it's Sarah Vanessa. So she goes by Vanessa. And her last name now is Frazier. It's actually Vanessa Frazier. That's what she goes by. Her maiden name is Binkley. But her last name is Frazier. She married a Frazier. But we don't hear, I mean, I'm just saying we don't. I mean, I'm just making that observation. We just don't hear from them. We don't hear from Vanessa, from Rachel or Stephanie. We don't hear from them. Yes, that's what I heard too. I heard that one of them. Yep, I heard that too. One of them was harmed. I don't know that to be a fact. I mean, that's the rumor on the streets of YouTube, though. You know? Yeah, you got it. You got it. I don't know. But I do wonder if any of them, if any of these wives were told the same thing. Because evidently, he's a straight shooter. He's a producer. If he's produced one with Nina, he could have produced one with one of the other ones. Did they go on to have that child that he's not taking care of? I'm just wondering. Yeah, I mean, look, my uncle he still has Navy buddies that like they're so close. They're like they're brothers, you know? And he's almost 80 years old. My grandfather, same thing. I mean, you know, when you're in the service with these people, you make bonds. And where are those bonds? Where are those people that are coming out of the woodwork talking about how great they are? There's none. There's none. I just don't understand, you know? I don't understand where the people are. You know, there was some videos that I've watched, and one of them I showed not too long ago on this channel, and it's where the woman at Walmart that cuts the deli for Seth, and she was talking about how she was always waiting on them at the deli, and she knew what Sebastian liked. She loved the fact that Seth was always getting what he wanted from the deli. Her memories of that. You know, we have yeah, yeah. There are announcements online with Chris and his wives, Vanessa and Rachel. Yeah, I mean, and the other thing too that is questionable here, I wish Chris would answer this. This is also questionable to me. On his LinkedIn, he says that he is with the Navy for 16 years and 1 month. Why didn't he wait until that 20th year to get pension and retirement? Why didn't he go 4 more years? You go 16, why not go 4 more and get the retirement? I think that that is questionable. Why? Rumor is, and it's just a rumor, there's no confirmation to this that I found, is that he was dishonorably discharged. No, honorably. It was an honorable discharge. Erase. An honorable discharge. Is it because he was going to school? Is it because he was having a meltdown? Is it because of infidelity? Why? If that is true, if that rumor would be true, why was he discharged? Well, now that makes some sense. I'm a IDVA independent domestic violence advisor, an advocate, and serious perpetrators, like CP allegedly, tends to not have any support when the chips are down superficial friendships. I can see that. I can see that. I don't know. I think that, we really need to wonder about these ex-wives. Where are they? I wouldn't blame them for not wanting to be in the circus, trying to keep their names and their faces out of the circus. I mean, same with Seth's friends, that have known Sebastian since he was little. I mean, look at what happened with Uncle Taco. I mean, people ran him into the ground. So I don't blame them for not coming out and speaking up for Chris. No, it wasn't dishonorable seclusion. No, I'm sorry. It was an honorable, not dishonorable, honorable discharge. No, erase that. Dishonorable, no. It was, he left the military honorably. Thank you. Yes. It was an honorable discharge. So I'm thinking he either was honorably discharged because he was going to school, but again, I'm still thinking, why did they get, or were they able to give him an honorable discharge and still give him that pension? Was he that great that he didn't have to go that extra 4 years to get because you got to be in the Navy 20 years to get the pension and retirement. So I'm just wondering, why would he leave the military prior to that, that milestone? It seems like it would be very smart to do that, but unless he answers these questions, we're not going to know. I agree. I mean, I agree that once you escape somebody like this, you wouldn't want him back in your life. You definitely wouldn't want him in your child's life. You just wouldn't want him around you at all. Like erase. Oops. Sorry. Not sorry that we even met. Sorry, but I'm gonna have this baby and just yeah, why not? I think that 20, yeah, he can be discharged. He can say, hey, I want to go to school. I want to do this. I'm ready to leave. I want to be discharged. And it could be for conduct. There's so many reasons why somebody would get shoot, I keep trying to say that. Why somebody would be honorably discharged from the military. Why not wait the extra 4 years to get your pension and retirement? Yeah. I haven't, Kylie. I haven't checked my email. I'm still chit-chatting. I have not checked my email yet, babe. But I will. No, he wasn't. It wasn't a dishonorable. Oh, okay. He may have been given the choice of honorable discharge or an Article 38 situation. I don't know. It's very, I would love to know. I would love to know, but I don't know. I'm just wondering if there is a reason why he didn't wait that extra, 4 years to get that pension in retirement. And like I said, I'm also wondering if there is another child. Hey, Lolly. In my opinion, he chose his relationship with KK over staying in. He couldn't stay in and have relations with KK. I mean, they seem to maybe give each other ultimatums, don't they? Uh, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe she is the superior. Makes you wonder why she left. It's the character. Okay. So when we have missing kids, I think it is important to look at the character of the parents to get an idea of why that child is displaced. Why is that child missing? We've got to look for these answers. We have to ask important questions. We can't let ourselves be distracted from asking pertinent, important questions that maybe one day will be answered. Maybe Chris and Katie will see this and they'll want to answer it. I doubt it. But I would love to know, Chris, if you think you might have another kid out there, maybe you can just, to be honest, Chris, to be honest, you whipped him with the belt on his buttocks, but you don't remember what it's for. Yeah, I call bullshit on that. Yeah, to be crystal clear. Can we just have an answer? You got another kid out there? And I wouldn't, I wouldn't want him. I wouldn't want if he does have another kid out there, I wouldn't want them to be subjected to the circus. But I think that there is so much information about their character that needs to be discussed. Yeah, Cooterfoot. Cooterfoot is he's definitely a Cooterfoot. Huh. That's his new name. We've decided that's Kyla and I have decided that is his new name. Because he is so distraught about his missing stepson that he goes on every day with Jay to give her memberships, when she brings in those memberships like she does. He's the voice behind Cooterville, asking women to close their legs, asking people to close their legs. What kind of person? I mean, do y'all see any other missing? Y'all see Joe Petito doing that? You see Seth Rogers doing that? You see him on somebody's channel being their spokesperson for the membership, asking them to close their legs? Who does that? A bunch of common assholes. That's who does that. Common. It's common. That's common as hell. And Katie's right beside him, just co-signing it. All about it. She's right there with it. Here we go. Here we go. Y'all want to hear it? Y'all want to hear it, right? You want to hear it? Who does that? Who does that? Who does that? Does the grown folk? You think my daddy, my uncle, my brother, my man, Jeff, you think anybody that I would be associated with would have a missing kid? Promoting Cooterville? He's a boy. He's a boy. He is a boy. Girl, what did you wake up to? This right here. Who does that? Who in the hell is going to do that with a missing kid? Y'all, I know I'm not seeing April in here. Oh my God. There's April. Hi, honey. Hi, BFF. Good to see you, babe. Yeah, you heard good. Yeah, you heard it right, honey. So Chris Proudfoot, the stepfather of Sebastian Rogers, he is on the panels. He loves to be on YouTube panels, especially, the more trashy ones. Okay. Let's just call it like we see it. All right. When this chick gets her members, when she gets a new member, he's the voice behind the membership. Yeah. Yeah, Shauna. Yeah. You heard it. You heard it right. And remember, close your legs. Chris, when you going to grow up? Did your mama not teach you any better? Or did she and you just didn't listen? It's disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. That's a boy right there. A boy trying to raise a man. You can't do it. You can't try to raise a man if you haven't become a man yourself. You got to grow up. You got to have some respect. You want respect, you got to give it. Why do you expect something that you're not willing to receive? And she's right there co-signing it. Right there co-signing it. Sebastian has an Amber Alert. In 3 months. 3 months. It's going to be 2 years. that this 15-year-old boy went missing from their home. Their home. Their home. Cooterfoot. That's exactly what he is. Cooterfoot. He's a cooterfoot. I'm getting a vision in my head of beads. Y'all follow me? And if you don't worry about it. I think he likes them. I think he would like beads. But this, I think that we're looking at a boy here. That's my assessment of common sense. And I know common sense ain't so common. He's a boy. He's a boy. I'm I mean, I'm just wondering, he might like that. I think he would go both ways. I think he might like a little bit something, a little bit this, a little bit of that. Maybe she does too. Maybe she does too. It's just some common stuff. I've never ever seen a case where you have a missing kid and you are on a YouTube panel talking about Cooterville and for somebody to close their legs. And don't forget, close your legs. He's got a kid missing. This is what he's doing. Did he not play the take through when he was doing that for her? Doing this little recording for her memberships? Was he not playing the take through? Does he play the take through? I don't think he does. And I think when Sebastian Rogers, I think that if Sebastian could tell us how he treated him, I don't think we would be surprised because his behavior says it all. It really does. It says it all. He is definitely a special kind. And she's right there co-signing it. I can't look at her any different. I can't look at her any different. She is the same. She is the last one to be with her son. She is the same. She's weak. Weak. And I have the right to my opinion. Y'all have the right to your opinion. We have the right to our opinion. This case has come out to the public eye and we are judging it. And if the shoe were on the other foot, they would too. But it ain't. And you know what? If his daughter were missing, would he go back to work? Would he want to go back to work? Would he be like this? Would he shed a tear? You've been around Sebastian for years, dude. Do you not have any compassion? Do you not miss him? Do you not want to talk about missing Sebastian? Do you not want to talk about finding him and just wanting him home? No, you don't. You don't. You don't talk about that. So evidently, you don't want that. Evidently, you don't want it. You don't want Sebastian home. You don't talk about Sebastian being home. You don't talk about him. You're up on panels talking about Cooterville. What the hell is wrong here? Like, are we in the Twilight Zone? What? It's weird. I mean, it's the weirdest shit. It is weird. Weird. Juvenile. We got behavioral problems here. We got behavioral problems from adults. Those classes for high conflict behavior, that it wasn't enough. It just wasn't. Yeah, a boy. A boy. We are talking about a boy here. Boy. Yeah. I mean, whatever happened to that? I mean, don't we know what is right and what's wrong? Some of us don't. Some of us don't. Even as we get older, we just don't. What you said. I mean, it does. If you're gonna play something like that, you're gonna condone that, and you're gonna talk about grown folk. Nothing you say, nothing. You can play something like that. There is nothing that you can say after that I can even be down with. I can't be down with that. This boy, Cooterfoot. I hate to even say it because it just, I mean, how can he go on a YouTube panel having a missing kid that he would supposedly, allegedly care about and welcome in memberships like that? It makes that speaks volumes to me. Speaks volumes to her character too. I will never have any respect for her ever. Ever. If she wanted to take it down and apologize for it, yeah, but she won't. Because she's just a juvenile. She's a little girl. She's never grown up. Mr. Brown, where are they? Where are they? I've met many. Where are they? I try to keep it real. I mean, questions do need to be answered. But I mean, it's not about black or white. Where are they? What is going on with these parents today? What is going on? Yeah, it definitely speaks about her character because it's juvenile. It's so juvenile. She has no respect. What did she play? What do you mean, what did she play? What did who play? That was the question. This one little white boy. What are you talking about, Mr. Brown? You can see yourself out, buddy. You can take your hate and I mean, don't be just coming up in a chat and just talking about white and black. You need to get some act right and grow the hell up. That's what you need to do. You're a boy too. I don't understand, Abigail. What did she play? Oh, you're wanting to know what I played? Okay. This is what I played. So Chris thinks that he's cute. Okay. He thinks that he's cute. He's got a whole missing kid missing. And he wants to go on a YouTube channel, J for Justice, Every Day with Jay, you know, create a recording. That way, when members join her channel, this is what they hear. And she plays it for them. This is what she plays for them. And I think it's very much, it's telling. That's what he said. While he's got a child missing. While he's got a child missing. So he thinks he's cute. You couldn't hear it, Diane?
He got it. Welcome to He got it. Welcome
Did y'all hear it then? He says, welcome to Cooterville. Y'all come on in. Don't forget, close your legs. That's what he says. Let me see if y'all can hear it.
He got it. Welcome to Cooterville. Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and remember, close your legs.
That's what he says. Welcome to Cooterville. Y'all come on in. Don't forget, close your legs. Yeah, that's what he says. Yeah, I mean, he's a different kind of special. It's sad. So today, you know, it was a long ass live once again, but I think that we just need to go over this character. We need to talk about the things that are really on our mind, pose questions, get each other to think. And tomorrow I'm going to be going over interviews with Seth. And we're going to see a difference. You're going to see a difference. When people talk about sides, well, there shouldn't be sides. There shouldn't be sides. Well, you know what? It's the nature of it. We got two parents right here, little boy, little girl, that want to cause major problems. Get courts involved, you know. And we got a whole other type of parent. Yeah, him dressing up, yeah. And him dressing up, trying to act like he's funny guy. And her sitting right there co-signing it. It shows their character. But tomorrow we're going to be talking about Seth. We're going to look at Seth's character. We're going to talk about it. It's just for show. That's my opinion. Good night, Carla. he's very, you know what? These two are disrespectful. They're disrespectful to a little girl that needs safety and security, her siblings and her family. If you really love a child, you don't want to, you want them to be happy. You're not thinking about yourself, you're thinking about them. They come first. Your children should always come first. They should always come first. I don't agree with step parents coming into each other's lives and making them about, I don't agree with that. Your children should always come first. I will, Mama Marissa. I love you, girl. Love you guys. I'm going to end this stream tonight with Sebastian's anthem. Y'all have a good night. Peace out.
Clean like your soul, won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey, it lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong.